It's official. August 11th has been declared as World STEELPAN Day. This as the United Nations adopted a draft resolution today at the 92nd plenary meeting for it to be annually observed on the UN's calendar. Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, Randall Mitchell, spoke at a UN sitting in New York on Monday where he shared key details about the national instrument. Mahalia Joseph Wharton has more.
The sweet sounds of the steel pan can be enjoyed in any setting, but the steel pan represents more than just its musical versatility, according to the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, Randall Mitchell.
In fact, it is emblematic of artistic excellence, community empowerment, endurance, self-determination, community, culture, heritage and identity, and not least of all, national pride. Not surprisingly, the rhythmic tones and dance-enticing energy of steel pan music saw it adopted and replicated throughout the Caribbean, making it a common offering at tourist resorts and even at most remote getaways in the Caribbean.
He said the steel pan industry is far-reaching and is heavily dependent on the integration of a variety of sectors, such as tourism, culture, trade, and education.
Steel bands have gained prominence in more than 40 states in almost every corner of the globe, with steel band competitions similar to Panorama now occurring in many countries across North America, Europe, and of course, the Caribbean.
PAN's governing body, Pan Trinbago, has been working since 2019 to have August 11th declared World Steel Pan Day. In September of 2022, Cabinet approved the approach to the United Nations for World Steel Pan Day to be placed on the United Nations calendar of World International Days. August is celebrated as Steel Pan Month in commemoration of the steel pan being declared Trinidad and Tobago's national instrument. Pan Trinbago has scheduled a parade through the streets for Friday, August 11th, 2023, the first observance of World Steel Pan Day. Mahalia Joseph Wharton, TDT News.
Oh yeah, something to feel good about.
Steel band need more respect on Carnival Day. Steel band need more respect. Rapping to the DJ. You have up your big bucks, 1,000 watts of power. When me steel band passing, can't hear bass or tenor. Carnival is me, and Carnival is you. So for this festival, hear what you must do. Turn on your box, look, this steel band come in. We want to hear what the tenors play. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, turn it down. We want to hear what the steel band jamming. Remember when steel band, they carry this way. Steel band was the music for Carnival Day. Since the hi-fi hit down, you start acting mean, like they have a plan to get turn off the scene. Turning up your box, showing no respect, forgetting that steel band is part of the fest. Turn up your box, the steel band come in. We want to hear what it tenors jamming. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, I beg you. I want to hear what the grande playing. Listen Carnival is made up of so much different arts. So much different people have to play their parts. They all get together for Carnival Day. For a good carnival, they all have a part to play. So let's get together for this carnival and let everybody enjoy the festival. Turn on your box, the steel band coming. We want to hear what the grande playing. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, I beg you. We want to hear what the tenant jamming. Jamming. Turn it down, turn it down. So for this carnival, when steel band coming down, do us all a favor, turn your system down. Steel band pay their dues for carnival day. And in this year time, you still want them to play. Members want to jam, people want to wail. So for this carnival, let good sense prevail. Turn on your box, the steel band coming. We want to hear what the double second playing. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, I beg you. I want to hear what the bass man hitting. Turn it down, 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 turn it down. I want to hear what the cello's jamming. I want to hear what the cello's playing. Cello man. But where them tenors? Where them tenors? Gentlemen, jam the music. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, I beg you. I want to hear what the tenors jamming. Grounded! Where the grounded man? Turn it down, 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 turn it down.
his way, you know, that's his vibe. You know what I mean? I keeping you up there, but I will give you some parts for you to think of. Yeah, he had plenty of the Foster songs. Yeah. Firestorm had that sense of major minor. You understand? So it's already there, but with that minor, that kind of minor feel, you're not sticking, you're not going out. He's going up, staying in a major happy mood. You know what I mean? Corita Banker. Yeah, I could Corita Banker, man. Go see Corita Banker or put in a Miami because a oriental kind of. No. It was like Corita Banker. I don't get a banker ready. Yeah, we're going on. It's either we go on, we done, and I'm going to enjoy myself. Yes, I'm going to enjoy myself. I bring in some tassa and thing. And if all you figure, well, we go drink some rum or we go wherever, that's how we going down.
Before the records came out, we would go around with a tape recorder to catch and Sparrow, and they would sing their favorite songs for us. So that they find all before Christmas, All Stars used to finish a Panama tune, all like 77 and 76 something. That's how we did it. Right? When I took over from right? I also noticed that bands played my arrangement. And I said, okay, so if I arrange it for one band, but you're hearing a tune played, you know, because, you know, in those days, I had to just Sparrow to play. So you're hearing the same tune by another band with identical arrangement and thing. And I say, okay. And from that time, I started doing tune last. Also, I used to be the last band to do tune. I changed it. So you find the week before prelims, that's when I was starting the tune. And I, by that time, knew I could have do 1 minute of music a day. Right? So that's how it started. And of course, when everybody else finished the tune, sometime between when I start until another new tune came out or whatever, or after Woman on the Bass in 80. Well, Woman on the Bass was the breakthrough for Pan Cheng, because before Woman on the Bass, most of the bands either Kitsch or Sparrow, because when any other band try a tune besides Kitsch and Sparrow, they never win, right? All the Shajandos that I come out to play and all them kind of thing, kick up dust prelims, that final night, everybody be them, this kind of way. So we definitely didn't want to choose besides Kitsch or Sparrow. But after Woman on the Bass, as a matter of fact, a band play Crapo something the next year. Now, that year, 79, we were down Simbel Street in the industrial area. We came up now to the residential area up here in 1980. So a whole set of Southeast students, a whole set of Belmont intermediates, youths like Soap Seed, right? And they love Woman on the Bass and the prancing and the kind of the sweating. I remember stopping the band on 2 occasions. I said, all right, folks, we know this is a party tune. We have another parties. This one is not in the selection. We're choosing a Panama tune from the other. But like them youths, it went over the head. All right? So when we eliminated a lot of tunes, I said, I'm going to count 4 now and we'll play the Panama tune. That's how they will be choosing, right? So we had about 2 or 3 tunes to choose from. I just said bang, 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 yeah, a little grumble, because some of the older guys understood what I said and they start something besides Woman on the Bass. But at the end of the little rumble, Woman on the Bass revealed it, man. People kind of carried on. And I remember saying to myself, me and my big mouth, why I didn't continue choosing a tune like that? So Woman on the Bass was chosen by the band because I give them authority to choose. Although I tried to dissuade them, the youths, and I believe it's the youths, because the band was full with youths that year.
Then, despite his success as an arranger, Smoot took a decision that puzzled many at the time in 1988, despite winning the Arranger of the 80s decade.
So I didn't do any tune in 89. My last tune was not Panini Rukunko Tunko. was not until 10 years later that one morning I got up and next to me was my wife, dry, and I wet as though somebody threw a bucket of water in me. And all I could remember, if you don't use it, you will lose it. I said, what kind of dream is this, boy? What kind of... She dry, and I wet, soaking, and all I remember, if you don't use it, you'll lose it. So I started pondering why this thing happened. And then suddenly, I realized, it's time to go back to it. Time to go and do a Panama trip.
Still a young man, the Panorama bug bit and he made a return, which surprised many in pretty much the same way his decision to leave did 10 years earlier. It begs the question, therefore, is he a better arranger after or before the break?
I think so. I was more spiritual. I used to pray now before I do any music, you know? Because going through being saved for 10 years, going to church every Sunday, and so I got to realize God is everything. Without God, we could do nothing. And using that as a backdrop, I would pray before. Even to today, I go in the room with those guys. I don't know what I'm going to do. Before I play, I know, say, Lord, yeah, my show me, you know, have a way. When I started play, just going people's song, you know. So I think the tune may be more spiritually based in the sense that I'm not doing it in my own strength. You know, I given him all the praise and the credit and the kudos. You know, I listened to Showtime this week. Showtime ranking high up there with them. Showtime, Oil Curry. You know, strange enough, we played so many different tunes better than Woman on the Bass. And it's because of the woman loving Woman on the Bass that, you know, women can mesmerize men. That has something about the Woman on the Bass does. But I'm talking about, to me, we did tunes that were much more, you know, if you want to use the term, a higher standard than Woman on the Bass.
Like Dust in Your Face?
Of course, well, don't talk about Dust in Your Face. People say they want more. And that wasn't me, eh? Qualis. Yeah. But Qualis under All Stars Men, you know, those guys who say, hey, Smooth used to do, you know, Smooth used to listen to Soul Set All Stars tape and thing, you know, to get the All Stars vibe and thing. And plus, one guy who used to be around with me, the same guy I told you in the 80s, I tell him play a solo. He came back that year because he left with me. When I left, there was 5 of us resigned or 6 of us. He came back that year and, well, you know what Smooth used to do. And we sort of, he helped Qualis to make some changes and some idioms and so on. To the point people are saying, but like Smooth, come back. You know? And the crowd say, that's the first time, I think the only time you hear a band say, we want more, we want more. go down in the yard in the day, and I have some of the crack shots, Terry Mark and Sule and them guys. Get them, I get it, so that in the night time, when the whole band is there, they play what I give them, the bass man, and then I just do the harmonizing or the baritone or the other plans in the middle, because to do that in front of the band, it is too many distractions. People walking about, talking, spinning up their face. They want your final night music and the first note you play. It has got to get rid of them. You go in a private thing in the room with some people, and right, you have it, right, at the state, and then go down, right, with get the bass man, something they can play. So I would work with the top and the bottom, a tenor man and a bass man, and we even have a fella playing other drums there, so on, and get the frame and night mood, and then doing the night.
I, as a youth, might ask, well, okay, no, how you take, because I get taking the music. Go ahead and catch it while they come, Yeah, I got cross buns. Yeah, at the gauge, because sell out. So he see, but you get that? So you had to keep it, because he might do something, and then he gone. He going somewhere else. And then he come and tell you, which is a hard day just now. Say, I still have it, that kind of way. So that was kind of unpredictable. You see, yes, I wonder. But then he started adding it. You might ask, well, what do you think that feeling? So I don't know, might say, smooth. If you're doing a chromatic, go a little more now, and go a little more. And then he go on, but you tell you, when he say go in a little more, when you think, well, a little more, he go on to tongue. When he reach, he already reach in the North Star.
What I love about smooth music is that smooth arrange almost like, if you think of in terms of calypsonian with extempo or a ramage. You meet a band, you walk with your pan, you say, come and take a jam, and we just get into it, or extempo, they pull out a topic and they sing it. Because Smooth, is a strange arranger, He has so much of talent. I don't think people realize how talented Smooth is. Well, at least they realize that because his record speak for itself. The most top three in the history of Panorama, the only person that win 10 large band Panorama. And then Smooth would come from work. We come into the panyard and we sit down online for about 2 hours. Sometimes we play a little card, a little me, or hang out. And just say, so let's go in the room now, guys. He didn't come with anything planned. And he started to work, and I said somebody kicking a little bit of him, and he just started, and that's it. And that's how we build our song from, from over the years.
There's something about the music that represents community. When you listen to the vibe and the groove and what goes into the music, it's a perfect musical example of what Trinidad All Stars represents. And I really like that about it, and Smooth has a specific style and a specific touch that is then represented so well by Trinidad All Stars members and players. That relationship has been built and has stood strong for so many years that bond is a relationship in itself, right? That bond is a marriage in itself. So being a part of Trinidad All Stars and performing with other members of the band, performing with friends, performing with people who you consider family, performing, even though you may not know everybody, you still feel as though you're connected to them in some way, and that connection is the music.
Smooth has a way that he touches the layman with music, the man in the street. You listen to some people's music, and you sit down and you tap your feet and you nod your head. But you see the man in the street, Smooth music touches his soul.
Well, I think that is why it's so relatable to the people, majority of the people, right? When they hear Smooth's rendition, it must have a sweet part that you're just waiting to hear, that they just had a wine. It has certain songs that it really structured musically, where you're getting plenty music that you could tell that the person went to like one of them music schools and learn the structure. Likewise with Smooth, but Smooth is getting people something, getting people exactly what they want to hear.
I am of the opinion, if my band is playing and people sit down like if they're in Queen's Hall, I feel I feel. I want when All Stars playing, people get off of the seat, right? And the music is arranged in that manner. And to get that sort of thing, you gotta sync, because we are very syncopated. You don't walk like if you're marching. You don't dance like you're marching. You dance, and that's syncopation. And my music is made for dancing, because number one, feels very disheartened if my band playing and everybody's saying, "No, oh man, going to get a drink." I feel people must be, they ain't moving until we done finish, until we finish. And to get that element, you sometimes you play, nah, that song into tame, you must spruce it up, and with the objective in mind is to nobody must be sitting when I start playing.
Smooth does do something with the music that I don't know. He have a certain formula he does use in his music. It is tell a story. You don't really get I don't really get lost in the music. I understand everything he does, but I just still get lost in the music. When I get into the music, but not lost as I don't know where I am.
You just have to look at some of the names of the songs that the band play, and it really gives a good description of what the band means. Showtime, it's showtime, excitement, bounce and drive, firestorm. Those are all the elements the band bring when we go on stage, and that's what the fans expect, and that is what Trinidad All Stars never failed to bring 100%.
We're doing Sokma Sukanya. And we're doing a part. We're nice and it's going down, boy. Vibes going down. And a guy those days, we didn't used to be all the way down at the back where we rehearse now, right at the front of the pan yard, close to the road. The bases and them close to the road. And a guy came, we always at the morning, and the man getting on in that part, boy. And he started to go on thing and he rung the bases and thing and whatever. All of a sudden, Smooth say, "Hey, Ole, come. Call a couple of the guys with the short." And we do, because the man start to move a certain way, he add more. So the person could get more frantic than that kind of way. And to be honest with you, that's how I felt. The same way he idolized how that man going on, that is what he idolized in the savannah. And the exact thing happened, especially in the drag.
And I would say the music has a lot to do with our performance, because if we weren't touched the way that we were from his music, I don't think we could give our all and our energy like that. Because I would say, I will sound biased, All Stars is the best performing band I know. We would put our all, especially on a final night. It's like we are a different band on a final night. It just has a life of its own. The music has a life of its own, and it has a way of getting everybody into it.
So depending on how we feel, he would be able to know, okay, yes, this is it, this is it. And it takes us a while sometimes for the music to sink in, especially if it is he comes and he does a last minute change. We have to then learn it and soak it in. And we have to get that feeling where it comes natural.
Over the years, we set a standard, and the band itself come to expect that. They know tonight we're coming for war, because as I tell them all the time, I say, like we're trying to encourage them if we get to claim low in the prelims or the early set. Say, don't worry about that. You don't win Panorama prelims. It's one, so they have their mentality. It's final night, you win Panorama. And they come with that as though they put on the winning persona or whatever. And that'll be trouble.
At time we get up from number 19. I think we just finished and ended up third. I just felt that probably the judges felt, well, we come from too far to say, well, we won the Panorama. And as a matter of fact, the past 2 years, I think we did extremely well on our final night. But we abide by the judge's decision.
He is undoubtedly one of the best arrangers in Trinidad and Tobago, and I dare say worldwide. Leon Smooth-Edwards is not just a Panorama arranger, because he did so many other music for All Stars from my time as a youth. He was not even the Panorama arranger at the time I joined the band. He did stage side music. But when he came on the Panorama scene, I always tell people, Smooth has this talent for music that you cannot pass in front of the Panyard and All Stars playing a tune and you're not moved. The music doesn't move you. Smooth knows how to touch something in you through music. He has that talent. And I always say, as long as Smooth is in a Panorama finals, he could be last in the semi-finals. Do not write him off until the finals is over, because he has the ability to rise to the top in that final night performance.
Every child deserves to grow up in a happy, safe, and nurturing environment. However, this is not the case for some. Child abuse is an unfortunate and harsh reality affecting millions of children worldwide, regardless of age, gender, and background. Providing care and protection from abuse to all of our nation's children requires the collaborative efforts of the general public and stakeholder agencies. In fact, efforts to prevent or respond to child abuse must be coordinated effectively to preserve the well-being of the children and families involved. The Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, in collaboration with UNICEF and stakeholders in the child protection sector, developed the National Interagency Protocol for Child Abuse Prevention and Management. The protocol acts as a blueprint for all stakeholders and professionals involved in the prevention and intervention of child abuse and maltreatment cases. The protocol clearly outlines the streamlined roles of current stakeholder agencies and guidelines for the general public when aiming to prevent, identify, and report circumstances of abuse, such as raise awareness of child abuse, teach children and adults the signs of child abuse, report any suspicion of abuse to the Children's Authority at 996 or the police at 999. Through the collaboration of stakeholder agencies as outlined in the protocol, children and their families will receive interventions without unnecessary delays. Child protection is everybody's business. Let's work together to create a safer world for our children. Visit ttchildren.org to access the protocol and identify your role in child abuse prevention.
TTT News, delivering more news more often to more people. Follow us on social media at TTT Live Online. Log on to www.ttt.live.
There's so many to choose from that it begs the question, what is your favorite panorama selection?
Unknown band. I love unknown band bad. Unknown band for me. Unknown band have a spirit.
My favorite panorama selection is Unknown Band. Unknown Band. Honestly, it just has a different feel, personally, to me.
The Unknown Band.
I would say one of my favorite is Unknown Band.
Unknown Band. I love Me and My Lady. I love Soca Warriors. There's so many, to me, like every year All Stars keep getting better and better.
If my life were a musical, the soundtrack to my life would be the music of Trinidad All Stars. And there's music for every scene that my life has gone through up to this point. None more so than my favorite panorama piece, which is Curry Tabanka. I still have not gotten over that introduction. Every time I hear it, my goosebumps. I still get up all over.
When we're going to do the intro, because everybody want to know what Smooth going to do with this intro. Corita Banka, again, thank God for that. I'm in the room. Study intro. See, Smooth trouble boy. So yeah, that's how we starting. Ting, ting, ting. Right? Ting, 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 ting. Right. God. Yeah. Shorty. Yeah. Tassa. You know? We did. Anyway, we doing, we going out now to give we had to give. Trying to push the door, it can't open. A whole set of men on the door. So I hear boy, what are you doing inside of the box? You trying to push Ben McCoy. When Smooth put on the first couple bars, give or take a little 4 or 8 bars. Pam pa ba dam pa dam dam ding dong dang dang dong dong ding dang 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 dang. Oh what? And run out the yard.
That night I saw us. That's for the first time in the grandstand. I was not a member, but I was like, I have to be part of that band. So that would have been Firestorm 2002. The one that comes to mind immediately is Soca Warriors in 2006.
For me, it would be Showtime. Showtime, that year, that entire Panorama season is like we had a hunger because our last win, I believe, was 2007 and so before that. So it's like we had this hunger that we had to win. So it's like everybody was on point.
For me, it would be Soca Warriors. Soca Warriors embodied everything you expected from a piece, along with the patriotism.
My favorite song, hands down, Trinidad All Stars, is Rain Melody. Not only because it's the first song I practiced with the band in 2001 when I joined, but every time I listen to it, you know, I always have to stop and listen because it's so magical, you know. The way it was put together, there has the classical element. The band was so clean and precise.
All Stars is just, for me, the best thing that ever happened to Pan. And it's one of the better things that happened in my life. I am happy to be associated with All Stars. Not 85 years, because I'm still a teenager, about 25. But I just love All Stars music. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. And Smooth Edwards, you are, for me, one of the best arrangers in Pan world. Thank you for the music.
I pay tribute to all the leaders who played their part in keeping this organization together for 85 years. And as far as I see, with the introduction of the Youth Steel Orchestra now, I am seeing another 85 years on the horizon.
All Stars is a part of me. You cannot discuss my life and who I am without discussing Trinidad All Stars. And for the opportunity that I have had to be a part of it and to experience, to play and to work with the music of Leon Smooth Edwards and others, opportunity of a lifetime. Thank you, All Stars. Love you.
More important than all of the accolades and the trophies that we find ourselves among is the fact that this organization has not survived, I would say thrived. And it's really one of the outstanding steel orchestra organizations. And I believe the longest standing at 85 years. So congratulations to all of us. Congratulations on a milestone well deserved. And I would say, you know, here at 85 years, the band is stronger than it ever was. It has a more promising future in front of it. It is in no way in any form of financial concern or leadership concern. This is extremely well led and extremely well participated in band.
Trinidad All Stars, I thank God for you. And from the bottom of my heart, this is Nigel Williams, the captain, and all his management people and all the players of the band. Congratulations on 85 years, which is a milestone in any steel band's life. Congratulations, and may you continue to grow from strength to strength.
Congratulations to Trinidad All Stars. I mean, 85 years is a huge accomplishment because, I mean, we're talking about the start of STEELPAN. You know, knowing that Trinidad All Stars as an organization, as a steel band, as an institution, has been existing pretty much throughout the history of STEELPAN, throughout the development of the national instrument. So to reach 85 years, it's a huge accomplishment. And I'm very proud to be part of such a community, of such an institution that represents that. You know, so it's not that we're just part of the steel orchestra, but we're part of a journey that has been deeply rooted in the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. And I think that is what is significant about this 85 years.
So I came in and made the bell, and there was a captain by the name of Mr. Prince Batson. I think he was one of the guys, or is the person that is responsible for the bell. He was a Osha guy as well too. And, you know, so it has some spiritual values to this bell, which I wouldn't be able to explain all because I come and meet it in the barn, you know. But I always try to figure out why this bell when I was a young guy now joined the band, you know. And nobody could have seemed to give me the answer that I was looking for until I was a little more mature and could speak to some of the older guys and try to get to the bottom of it, you know. Then I realized, you know, and when the bell burst before we leave St. Junction Street, and I see how people was, you know, like if one of your parents has died then. That's how the urgency was to get back that bell. Everybody was so worried about the bell. People didn't care about the practice that night. Everybody was the bell. Let's get the bell back together and all that, you know. And some of the senior members I'm speaking about was carrying on like that. So then I realized that this bell, it means more, you know, than a lot of us will probably realize, you know.
Well, the bell is something that we use it even during rehearsals. And we basically, well, I wouldn't say train the members, but the members know when they hear this bell, bang, stop whatever you're doing and give us full attention. And it's a little orderly way of getting your band together as opposed to taking a drumstick or iron beater and bang, 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 bang against the thing and da 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 da. To me, that sounds so primitive. A bell is sort of elegant. Bang, bing, bing, bing.
What a journey into our musical archives. It's hard to believe that we've only just begun to scratch the surface, Ruskin.
That's right, Stacey, and so much great music and some amazing memories between 1935 and 2020. And as usual with Trinidad All Stars, there's only one way to leave the stage.
number 7. From Eastern Main Road, Junapuna, Republic Bank, Exodus, and Tourist Lego. A tune composed in 1976 by King Shortshoot.
So that's what I saw being streamed.
Yeah,
That
that was
that
the
I
main.
didn't send it either.
Yeah, that was the main meeting. Marlon Guerra, I don't know, Marlon, Listra Alexis Laverne Alexander, and Phasia Chroma is celebrating his birthday today too. along, of course, with Mrs. Hazel Manning. All right? And tomorrow is my other sister's birthday, Claire. Yesterday was Luan.
Tourism and culture and the arts. They're putting on a show today at Woodford Square. The preparations have been ongoing for the week. And from the way they set up that place, it looks like it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
It does. When I was passing this morning, I looked in it.
It really looks like it's set up to highlight the national instrument in a way that I've not seen done before.
Yeah. Well, it actually starts from around the bridge, Piccadilly, yeah? Coming all the way around, we'll have steel pans. Single pan pans will set up at different locations coming around the Piccadilly Greens. We're coming around the bridge there, all the way down into Port of Spain. You know, so
I'm really happy. It's the first time I've ever seen World Steel Band Day highlighted like this, particularly in the capital. Out of Carnival, as I'm talking about.
That is true. That is true.
We used to have is Jewels and Steel and those sorts of concerts during here, which I think they should bring back, quite frankly, because they were very good.
But this month, they will have the Pan and Powder Parade too. Remember that parade that started a few years ago? Pan and Powder. It starts in front City Hall and heads up Pembroke Street, up into the Savannah. That is also coming up in this month. And then Pan on the Avenue is on August 26th. So there's a lot of Pan events taking place this month, actually. All very well attended by people, and it's just about the most joyous thing you could do. I mean, outside of cricket, I think me and Pan, I love Pan. My family is a real Pan family too. They don't miss Pan. You know, so and all that is happening this month too. The Pan and Powder Parade. I think
Pan on the Avenue this month as well.
Nice three things we know you love.
Yeah, with the other one, for obvious reasons, we can't broadcast it. But
why you can't broadcast it?
I don't know. You want me get a proposal again, or what is that?
I have little proposals.
It does. It has.
What if they propose to you? Okay.
Oh yeah. So I thought that was obvious.
They propose to you.
They propose, and then I dispropose.
Let's move on. It's too early Friday morning for this. So the Prime Minister held a post-cabinet press conference yesterday and addressed several issues. The first thing he dealt with is the issue of the statements made by Barataya Sanwan MP Saddam Hussein and Senator Wade Mark in a press conference, which I believe was held on Wednesday, and where they spoke to the issue of the Prime Minister's filing of the integrity in public life situation. And the Prime Minister says, well, he's consulting with his attorneys because the remarks were made in a public domain, and he will respond based on the advice received from his legal counsel. Yeah. And he went into quite a lot of detail about what the forms require. I may have to fill them out myself, as you all well know.
Yes.
And the forms are very specific in what they ask for.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to which, every time I've filed, when you submit them, you have the opportunity to file, or you have the opportunity to go in with someone, an official of the Integrity Commission, and they go through your document with you to make sure that it's filed in accordance with the law, which they've always done with me, you know.
Yeah,
so,
they've done that with me too. They give you an opportunity to look at what you would have done before, so that
the year before, they have your whole file, and they go through with you. But you can choose to waive that and just hand them the form as you fill it out. If there's a query, they will call you or write you or contact you to verify or update information they think may need updating. Am I wrong, Wendell?
You're absolutely correct.
So they're very, very thorough in the way they operate, from what I have experienced.
Yes.
You know, and they ask you if you acquired this in this time frame. If it's in this time frame, it has to be in this form. If not, it will go to the following year. Because even after you demit office, you still have to file for a year forward.
That's correct.
So that you're covered. So
yeah,
he also had some issues with some I think some comments emanating from the Integrity Commission, the Prime Minister, that he referenced yesterday. So it was quite a bit of information. He made earlier in the week his declaration for 2019, I think I saw online, public, which is not something. So, and he also spoke about proposals related to amendment of the Integrity in Public Life Act, which he says came to the cabinet. One of which was to remove the clause for confidentiality, which I didn't understand at all, which was to be crazy. You understand? Because, I mean, if there's an issue with the information, the Integrity Commission can deal with that according to law. But to me, to put everybody's private financial information out there in the public domain is a ridiculous proposition.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a ridiculous proposition. It's a ridiculous proposition. If there's an issue and it ends up in court because you are deemed to have broken the law and it gets public in that process, I could understand. But to want people to file, people will just not go up for any office, quite frankly. You understand?
Yeah.
People will just stop submitting themselves for office, whether elected or selected.
Yeah.
I think to put people's private financial information in the public domain and access is ridiculous. But maybe it's a question we could ask.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a good question today. But something the Prime Minister said also too yesterday resonated with me. And that is, he don't know why some people have a problem with certain people acquiring assets, owning homes, because he spoke about they have a problem with him building apartments in Tobago. He said, but so many other people have built apartments in Tobago. It's not been an issue, so, it was something that he said that I have had that experience. You understand? People always feel.
Well, I don't know why anyone would have an issue with. Let me finish your statement now. Let me finish your statement, or you want to finish your statement for me?
Well, I didn't finish talking, but you go ahead.
Oh, well, you finish your statement. Sorry, I apologize.
No, I'm just saying that resonated with me because of my own personal experience in acquiring stuff. People always feel you acquired it by ill-gotten gains, that you had to thief, that you had to be corrupt, that you had to be selling drugs, or that you had to be. They don't see the hard work. They don't see hard work of people. They don't see investments of people. They don't see time and dedication from people, especially certain people who look like me. And he said that yesterday, and I subscribe to that. Go ahead.
Right. So I fully agree with you for the most part. And I don't understand why anyone would have an issue with anyone working hard, honestly, within the law, and acquiring assets. And people on all sides of the political divide, and notice I didn't say both, I said all, have acquired assets, some more than others. But we have to also understand that public officials, the reason we have an Integrity in Public Life Act is to make sure that public officials do it within the law and do not use their offices to give themselves an advantage.
Correct.
That is in contravention to the law.
Yes.
You understand?
You must list all your assets. You must list the
assets of yourself and your spouse. And your spouse.
Yes. You must.
Yeah. Because married couples are a legally bound entity. So and that's why that is there. So I don't know. I mean, people work hard, their spouses work hard, they acquire assets. Working hard is part of what people sign up for in this life, and to leave particularly, not only for yourself, but for your generations to come. But I think forward-thinking people don't only think of their own comfort, but they think of the comfort of their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, generational wealth as it's described. You understand? So, but as I said, there are and ought to be checks and balances in place for public officials to ensure that they do not illegally gain from their positions. You understand? So that your salary is $400,000 a year or $200,000 a year, but you're buying assets in excess of $6 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Questions supposed to be asked.
Yeah, especially
And
if you can't.
If you can't justify this in what you are declaring you make.
Yes.
Because the forms have provisions for sources of income.
Yep.
The sources of income, they're matching up with your remuneration package or packages, because people may have more than one legitimate sources of income. Then you have some questions to answer.
Yeah, I have always had to put my business, my remuneration as a counselor and as a radio talk show host. I've always had to list all of those.
You have to put donations, gifts.
Yes.
You have to put all that provisions for all of that.
Yep. And if you take loans, you have to put the date, the loan, you took the loan, the amount you
have to
took,
put your liabilities,
the amount you paid,
you have to put your savings.
All
you
of
have
that
to put,
is required.
if you are unit trust, if you have bonds, you have to put all of that.
Yep. And the interest earned on it.
The interest earned on it. So it is a thorough process. So
very
anyway,
thorough and tedious.
The Prime Minister also dealt with the issue of FULs again, which I'm sure will come up later on this morning, and the stand your ground law, and whether or not he thought it was productive to arm more citizens. You understand? And of course we have some questions for him on that, the Prime Minister, on that, because we've said over and over, while I personally don't agree, and I saw an historian weighing on that this morning. If I could find it, let me see if I could find it.
That's I started to read that article actually.
Yeah.
Of that stand.
And he said, and I'm going to just paraphrase because I haven't found it yet. Stand your ground law may lead into reinforcement of racial and ethnic stereotypes. So that's basically the road he was going down. You know? And as I said, while I may not agree with it, in terms of what may come out of it, I understand the context within which people are supporting the call in some quarters, because I'm seeing people who normally would not support it. I've said that before.
I've seen that.
And it's because people who normally you wouldn't think would support are supporting it, and they're also supporting the ability for more people to get legitimate FULs and firearms. Because people have lost a lot of confidence in the TTPS and generally the criminal justice system to protect them. For many different reasons, and that has to be addressed. There's the reason why people are in some quarters are supporting it. It's not just blind support. I don't think that's a valid statement. I think that they're supporting it because, well, if I call the police and form in on the property, and I don't know if they'll come, I think I know I have the right as a citizen to protect my life and life of my family.
But the laws already the laws already support that. You don't need,
yes,
you don't need
agreed. But I'm talking about the FUL situation here now.
The actual gun in your hand.
I'm talking about the ability to own an FUL. Because that's also the other part of the conversation. Because stand your ground is one thing, but the ability to own an FUL as a citizen who feels that he or she needs to protect their family and themselves is another conversation in that whole citizen security conversation. You know, and so I understand it fully. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's happening in a really serious crime situation where people feel that the system in place or systems in place are not functioning effectively enough to protect them. So it's not like just wild west craziness. And if these systems were operating more effectively, there'd be less of a support for that sort of proposal. Good morning, Raghubar Singh.
Morning, guys. Morning, Rich. Yeah, morning, guys.
On your blue shit, but you cover it up with I like that.
What?
Carry no colors these days, you know.
What, fall, yeah. I could wear any color I want to.
Amen. Are you what you're looking at me for in this weekend?
Actually, we are. What are you looking
Let
at?
me let you get to the way one time because I ain't got much time this morning.
Yeah, well, we just have it for one night only, actually, in San Fernando, and it'll be Sunday evening. And because it's one night, tickets are actually zooming for that day because it's just one show we have in South. So it'll be this Sunday at 6:30 p.m. at SAPA, the Southern Academy for the Performing Arts, and of course, tickets are available at our usual outlets in South. K Squared Fashions in C3 Center and Gull City, Fens of Marabella by the Roundabout, Creme Fresh and Brentwood Mall for all of those in the Shogunas and Central area, and of course at the Sapa box office from 12 noon to 6 p.m. daily. So I suggest you get your tickets early because we just have one show on at 6:30 p.m. on Sunday, the 13th of August.
Let's say congratulations to Caribbean superstar Rihanna. She gave birth to a baby girl.
Yeah.
So this is second child.
Yeah. So she has a boy and a girl now with A$AP Rocky, her partner.
Yeah.
Right. I found the article, Wendell. It's in the Newsday, written by Melissa Dougherty, and the title of it is "Historian, Stand Your Ground, Law Could Reinforce Colonial Stereotypes." And it's quoted from UWI lecturer Dr. Jerome Tilak-Singh, and I'm quoting from the article, Historian Dr. Jerome Tilak-Singh says the application of Stand Your Ground law in TNT would reinforce colonial stereotypes that developed countries are superior and developing countries should mimic their lifestyles and laws. He joined the public discourse on the UNC proposed Stand Your Ground legislation. The law gives someone who believes their life is in danger the right to use force, including deadly force, in self-defense. The opposition promised to introduce such legislation if it won the next general election. There have been varying views on the proposed law. Race, gender, and ethnic relations in the Caribbean, Pan-Africanism, and Indo-Caribbean diaspora in North America are among Dr. Tilak-Singh's research interests. He is a lecturer in UWI. He emailed a statement to the Newsday. He said in the 21st century, and I'm paraphrasing here, there have been cases in the US where people mistakenly entering the wrong driveway or homes were killed, and the shooters were charged with first-degree or second-degree murder. TNT needs to examine alternative scenarios, he said. If someone who was drunk, mentally challenged, or autistic entered the yard, does it mean I can classify that person as a dangerous intruder? But more importantly, would I now be protected by the law and have the right to use my legal gun to shoot that person? Of course, He went on to quote a recent study by the U.S. Center on Public Safety, and Justice, University of Chicago, which examined thousands of cases relating to these laws and concluded they promote violence. Newsday today.
You know what? I'm going to take off these comments. I'm going to take off these comments thing from my chat. We have some people, some sick people. That's the only way I can describe them. Very sick people commenting here. I don't want to see it anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, I just generally
be gone.
Scroll past. And
be gone. You are mentally ill.
And
you are sick, divisive, disgusting people. Be gone.
Well, people could comment. You could ignore them, or you could not ignore them. I don't get.
Well, I choose to ignore all. So if you're commenting positively, I won't see it either. But all power to you.
Which comment section is this?
The comments on
the
YouTube.
YouTube comments.
Oh,
that's a normal thing on YouTube, Wendell.
Remember, I wasn't following it all the time.
That may be for good reason.
Yeah, and so I won't be following it again. And if you're sending me private messages on my phone, just know today I won't be able to deal with it in that extensive way put in the past. No, because I don't want to get sidetracked today. I want to listen to you guys do a proper interview today. And give me and give me the opportunity every now and then.
As opposed to the other interviews that we do that are improper? Is that what you're talking about?
No, you've never done an improper interview, actually. As a matter of fact, I'm sure Philip Alexander was surprised. But Gary Griffith, I don't know if you guys...
Both him and Gary Griffith messaged after and said they were very pleased with the balanced nature of the interviews.
I was going to ask if Gary messaged you all. He did send me
Gary also messaged me and said he was very pleased with how balanced and thorough the interview was, and so too did Philip, to be fair.
Okay, but I didn't get one from Philip, but I got one from Gary.
I think
Good morning, Gary. Thanks for
fair
your
and respectful to our guests. You know?
Thanks for your kind sentiments.
Yeah. So what else is happening in the news this morning? The TTPS have issued a statement and saying illegal quarrying, which I've brought up in Parliament several times, illegal gambling, illicit trade, excuse me, criminal activities closely tied to the prevailing scourge of criminality, including murders. SMDCP Kurt Simon, during a meeting held with the multi-agency task force at the police admin building in Port of Spain earlier this week.
They call a press conference to talk about illegal quarrying, Paul Richards.
No, I didn't. I never said it was a press conference. I said it was a meeting.
Yeah, I don't know that it was a press conference, but
it wasn't a press conference. It was a release based on a meeting they had. On a meeting saying multi-agency task force 2023 continuing the commitment. It was. I never said it was a press conference.
No, it was a media release of some sort, though. Yeah, it was a media release of some sort. Yeah, because
about illegal quarrying.
Well, it wasn't just about illegal quarrying. They were talking also about the right of some criminal element. Well, the perceived right of some criminal element that they think that they could just take over state lands.
Or is it perceived criminal element too?
I'm just saying.
No, it's not perceived. It's criminal element because they quarry illegally. I mean, perceived criminal element.
No,
I asked questions.
But it's connected to that issue of taking over state lands. They occupy state lands and then they're doing illegal quarrying on state lands. And they said they've made.
How long now are we talking about this thing?
But we've talked about. But this is actually the first time in my memory that I've heard an update on the issue of illegal quarrying, because they said 13
Minister Stuart Young spoke about it a year ago and said they were making inroads.
And they said 13 people were arrested. They said 13 people were arrested, 11 were charged.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I told you all over 10 years ago, I did some training at Komodo Heliport, and they took us up in a helicopter, and we asked, what is that place down there in the northern range that cleared up there? They said that's inside the forest. Those are areas that are deemed to be persons engaged in illegal quarrying. I said, well, you could fly in closer. He said, no, if you're flying closer, they'll shoot at you.
Yeah, exactly. But how long are we talking this?
Okay.
So it kind of boggles my mind about.
I could go a step further too, but I want to stay alive. So I wouldn't say what I have to say because I want to stay alive.
But you say here all the names of who involved in illegal quarrying back
Exactly. Exactly. So as they say, they are well known to the authorities.
Oh goodness.
They are. All right. Well, gentlemen, you guys did the papers, right?
No, we didn't.
No, let's get into that quickly. We get into our morning poll, and then
because we're doing news 5 minutes early today to facilitate starting promptly at 7 o'clock.
Yeah. And just on a little note, Virgin Galactica made its first paid passenger flight yesterday with 3 people on board, a mother and daughter from Antigua, and a passenger who was one of the first persons to pay for such a flight. They made that trip to the stratosphere, we're going to call it, yesterday. So,
Richard,
footnote. All right, headlines.
As Paul said, we doing a little earlier to facilitate a set. You remember the first time Dr. Rowley came?
Mm-hmm.
He walked back outside. He said, "Oh, they tell me I said the time when I was ready."
That's why we're going
right.
Can
we go with headlines, please, gentlemen? Headlines.
You know, you get away with talking about your Virgin fan here, boyfriend Mandela now. Where's your real seat? Anyway, let's start with the Express for Friday, 11th of August PM. FUL authorization process needs to be reviewed. Monilal, we're not sending in no blasted Form B. Okay. Calls for probes into PM's town hall purchase. Enterprise back Kamla stand your ground. Blows for Integrity Commission. Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley yesterday laid the blame for the present melee relating to the issue of his declaration of his townhouse in Tobago at the feet of the Integrity Commission. DCP, illegal quarrying tied to murders. Rowley sues Mark, blames Integrity Commission. Did he say he initiated or he's talking to his lawyers? Anyway, that's what the article said. Let me move now to the Guardian online for today. Come Guardian, don't get no trouble this morning. Oh gosh. All right. High Court judge rules state can deport heliport detainees. Nunes Teixeira resigns from PNM. That's Karen Nunes Teixeira.
Big news, boy.
Heartbreak for migrant detainees and families. Bugsy, my dream is for TNT to put pan in the classroom. Of course, today's International Steel Pan Day. Integrity Commission tells UNC to take concerns to Parliament.
That might be a good question too, Paul.
Formulate it in your head.
On World Steel Pan Day, do you believe pan should be in the classrooms of all?
That's not a bad question for today also. It's a kind of neutral question. I like it. All right, we move to the news. Now, High Court, Army must hand over to it gone past. Prison officer takes life after telling wife I love you.
Yeah, that's a
Historians
sad story.
and their ground law could reinforce colonial stereotypes. Ex-colony workers pray protest for land. High Court, Army must hand over 2 Venezuelans to immigration. Tobago unity of the people candidate on local election chances. I'm excited. And getaway car and businesswoman's murder had fake plates. So those are trending stories in your Express, Guardian, and Newsday for today, Friday, the 11th of August, 2023.
All right, it's World Steel Pan Day, people. Don't forget.
Yeah. All right. Let's get of our poll from yesterday. Yesterday, we asked you, should the government consider reducing value added tax? The government consider reducing it, whether results are in. I didn't double check. 86%. 86% said yes. All right. All right. Let's get into this morning's poll.
The actual poll.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's World Steel Pan, International Steel Pan Day. So.
Yep. Simple. Should the steel pan be taught in the nation's schools? Yes or no? As we celebrate World Steel Pan Day today. All right.
That's the best question. We could actually ask the Prime Minister. We can ask
Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good
222-8255. North Americans toll free 866-525-1099. On YouTube, you could also send us a message there and via our mobile app and website at power102fm.com. Good morning to Dennis and Diego Martin, Carol Guevara, Mr. Carapo. On YouTube, we have Mike Black, Ray, Eastlyn Alexander, Rena Boodoo Jennings, Jason Paul, Michael Williams, Wayne B., Helen Prescott, Dave S. N. Singh, Brenda Isaac, Ronald Mahabir, Tapish Sukram, Mo Gaines, Carlisle Cupid, Winston Jones, Tapish Sukram, right? I did that. Gregory Bauer, good morning. Rena Boodoo Jennings. All right, our morning poll. Good morning, caller.
Yes, good morning.
Caller, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes, it should be. That's our
Yes.
only national instrument.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Look at everybody.
Gregory said yes. Edwin Marshall says yes. Rena Boodoo Jennings, yes. Tapish says yes. Eastlyn
And then I go change by Monday, right?
Sorry?
I go change by Monday, right?
Nah, this one ain't changing. If this one ain't changing, trust me.
You want the bet?
But
if this change,
isn't
but
the
I
steel
know for
pan
sure
taught
we're
in,
going through.
isn't the steel pan taught in schools now anyway?
Some schools.
Some.
We should put all the nation schools because it's taught in some schools.
Yeah, many schools have a steel pan on the curriculum for those
Yeah.
involved in the music.
We change it to all.
Yeah. For example, the school steel band
Right, Wendell?
combination.
Yeah, in all the nation schools. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
Miss
don't need a
Ingrid
capital.
says
You don't
yes
need
to
you
the
don't need an
poll.
apostrophe explanation.
What says you, caller?
Good morning to the whole team.
Morning.
Glenn from Queens.
Hey, pal, how you going?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good,
The
good.
answer is yes, that should be mandatory.
Mandatory. All right. Thank you. Have a good one. 222-8255. Toll free North Americans. 866-525-1099. Should Mandatory. all the steel ban be taught in?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I don't know about mandatory. Making things mandatory. I'm always cautious about mandatory. Anthony Tinto. Good morning, Anthony. Yes. Richard Meyer. Yes. Carol Guevara. Yes. Clint,
I'm seeing a comment right there from a colleague of mine.
Good morning,
Clint,
caller.
a real pan man.
Good morning. Morning, caller from Arima.
Yeah, pal.
Yeah, my answer is yes.
All right.
Also, that music on a whole should be taught in schools along with other instruments. Thank you.
The music is taught.
Music is taught in
schools.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning. Calling live to answer the poll. Yes, it should be because it's taught in schools abroad, Europe and America, and it should be.
All right. Thank you.
Right.
Thank
I
you,
hope
Dago.
you'll open the lines again. I want to deal with Yassi now. Bye.
Mike Black says yes. All right.
Read the comment of Clint, but he said, yes, it certainly should be taught in schools, and my suggestion is to move the PAN in Schools program to the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Good morning, Clint Batiste. You're up early today, boy.
Morgan says yes. Kenny out in Harlem. Morning, Kenny. Hope all is well. I say yes to the poll. Slick Money Grip says yes. Thank you.
Richard, are you right?
Morgan says
no. Okay.
Please, I vote yes. Thank you, Morguest. All right, 222-8255, North Americans, 866-525-1099. It is a toll-free number. Should the steel pan be taught in all the nation's schools? Yes or no? All right, mobile app and website, YouTube, and our telephone lines. Winston James, yes.
Jones.
Ronnie Voisin said yes. Thank you, Ronnie. Right. Should the steel pan be taught in all the nation's schools? Yes or no? All right. That's our poll this morning. Because you have 5 minutes again to vote on our poll. So let those polls rammed in. Good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. My answer is yes. Just on a quick point, right? I know yesterday really much person didn't get the opportunity to respond with the interview with Gary. But just on a quick
no, not right now, sir, please. We have a poll on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Focus on the poll.
You see that like a teacher boy, Papa. Like I get back and I was in school there, you know, and you see that
Yeah.
teacher, you know.
Not
now.
Right.
We are doing a poll. Jacqueline Lynn says yes.
And they're stuck at tell back. I am that teacher.
All right, Winston Jones.
Depends on the register. Okay.
GB says yes to the poll. DJ Ray says, okay, DJ Ray, then answer the poll. Yes or no?
We had a commerce teacher. God, he was known for belt and duster. We used to call him Dr. Ignorant. His name was Mr. Beckles. We used to call him Dr. Ignorant. That man was ignorant. That man used to look like he would just grab a child. I think actually, no, it was Mr. Jeffers who grabbed the child. Lord Father. Oh, school days, eh?
Well, happy days.
But in case you're just joining us, of course, it is UN declared World Steelpan Day today. And I think there are lots of activities, and there are lots of activities.
Yeah, we
Yes.
spoke about that. Yeah.
Coming all along the bridge and leading into Woodford Square, there's a lot of pan today. So if you're not coming in the city for pan today, I suggest you stay away from the city center, because that's scheduled to start maybe by midday or earlier. So just be mindful of that if you're coming into the city.
That's what they've done with Woodford Square.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
What they've done
is
they put up a lot of stands and bleachers and pan trussing and decorating really nicely.
Okay. Specifically for World Steelpan Day.
Yeah. They've taken up basically almost every free space in the square, but they've done it really tastefully.
Nice.
A lot of the single pans and big bands are going to be at some location today, either on the road or in the square.
Yeah.
Also,
Lorna says for our morning poll, yes. Morning, Lorna. CJ,
the Commonwealth Games come to an end. The Youth Commonwealth Games come to an end today. So who would like also go out and support the closing ceremony and the athletes who've done it so proudly?
Yeah.
Oh, they're also having a World Steelpan Day parade in Washington, D.C. Morning, Chris, too, sir. That's happening from 12 to 1 today. It's happening at the Embassy of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Massachusetts Avenue in Washington.
Yeah.
That's also
all right.
happening.
Wayne B says yes.
If I only knew how to go.
You what up, please?
You afraid plane? I surprised. How you went to Tobago?
Should the Steelpan be taught in all the nation's schools? That is our morning poll. You have about 2 minutes again to vote on our poll. Should the Steelpan be taught in all the nation's schools? Yes or no? Call us and send us a message via various portals that we have. Dave, okay. All right, Mrs. R. We taking polls, votes for the poll.
He doesn't like to play, or he has a fear of flying?
Billy Bob says yes.
Clint said there'll be celebrations in Washington, Toronto, London, and even Tokyo to commemorate World Steelpan Day today.
That is fantastic.
Mrs. R says yes to the poll. Thank you, Mrs. R.
Good morning, Mrs.
R.
R.
Just declare to bank a whole day.
Sexy San Fernando says yes. All right, thank you, Sexy San Fernando.
And of course, All Stars will be the best.
Of course, All Stars will be the best. You know, are you acting that like you're saying that like you're sure what you're saying, you know? Say it with more conviction now.
I don't need to say it with more conviction.
Clint go argue Renegades go be the best. The Prime Minister go say Invaders go be the best. And a few other people go say Despots go be the best. But we all know All Stars go be the best. We all know that.
You mean nobody will say Exodus?
Fella.
Some people will.
Esmond
Some
Ford.
people will. Esmond Ford has never tried but to say that.
You want to put in a plug for Exodus or what?
The East Bank, yeah.
Exodus' best performance in a panorama for me is Dust in Your Face. I like.
All right, 30 seconds again to vote on our poll. Susie B says yes to the poll. CPT says since 1962, I thought Pan was being taught in schools. In some schools,
it's taught in some schools, but it's not,
that
as
is not
widespread as
it's not part of the curriculum.
It's not part of the curriculum.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Eastland Alexander says I say phase 2.
Yeah. Phase 2 best tune was iMusic, and they beat it too slow in the finals and lost.
You're the big judge.
I know too much about Pan, you know. I run Pan long, you know. I never play a Pan yet in my life.
Wrong, so I suppose Pan will be included in that.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, continue voting on our poll for the entire weekend. And on Monday, we'll give you the final results. Again, the poll: should the steel pan be taught in all nations' schools? It'll be in our mobile app and website. All right. Let's get into a little early this morning to accommodate our guest next hour. Let's get into our major news. Evie is in.
This is your news bulletin from Power 102 Digital.
Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley says he's in consultations with his lawyers following remarks made by two opposition members. A High Court judge rules that the state can deport heliport detainees. It is World Steel Pan Day today. And fires in Hawaii leave 55 dead and hundreds missing. Details in a moment. This is news to 7 o'clock on Power 102 Digital. I'm Avril Sintel Bob. Good morning. Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley says he's in consultation with his lawyers and will be guided accordingly following remarks made by two opposition members, Saddam Hussein and Wade Mark, at a political meeting of the UNC concerning the filling out of forms to the Integrity Commission on properties and land he owns. MP for Barataria San Juan, Saddam Hussein raised the issue during a political meeting of the UNC this week, commenting on transactions of the Prime Minister and his wife, which he described as suspicious.
Transferring land in Trinidad and Tobago, you have to now pay something called stamp duty. You all know about that? So you have to, so even if you sell the land for $1, you have to go and get a valuator to give you a valuation. They submit it to the BIR and they will assess the stamp duty on the valuation figure, not the $1, you know. Do you know that the values of these townhouses are ranging between $1.8 million? It could very well cross that in 2021. Do you know they value this at $1.2 million? And she paid stamp duty of $10,000 while everybody else was paying about $40,000 in stamp duty. We are now calling on the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Anti-Corruption Investigation Bureau, the FIB, the FIU, everybody investigate this suspicious transaction.
The Prime Minister said the remarks made by the opposition members are serious, and his response to them will be based on advice received from his legal experts.
An integrity commission is supposed to have integrity. All of this could have been avoided if the integrity commission had told the population that I did disclose in my declaration and that Form B does not require a disclosure. And they have made proposals to cabinet to have buildings disclosed on Form B. The commission does not have the authority to change the prescribed form by any instruction. And they know it. So if the commission knows that, why is the commission allowing this to happen in the country and to happen to me? For Wade Mark to be telling the country that I'm engaged in criminal conduct. The commission knows that Form B does not call for building.
A High Court judge has ruled that the state can deport heliport detainees. High Court Judge Prakash Musa yesterday granted a stay of execution of the order of Justice Ricky Rahim on Tuesday. This means that National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines is no longer restrained from deporting 64 Venezuelan migrants, some of whom currently remain detained at the Chaguaramas heliport. In handing down the virtual ruling following an appeal brought by the state yesterday, Musa referred to the ruling of Justice Ricky Rahim, in which he ordered the group to be released on orders of supervision and effectively barred their immediate deportation pending the outcome of the migrants' judicial review hearing. Police investigators say the getaway wagon used by the gunmen who murdered a businesswoman in San Fernando on Saturday bore fake registration plates. Up to Thursday, no one was held for the gruesome murder. 43-year-old Allison De Leon of De Leon Bananas Limited was ambushed and shot dead shortly after 6 a.m. on Saturday as she left her home at Gingerald Street in Duncan Village. The mother of four lost her husband, the father for children, to COVID last year. Police say they're pursuing all angles and will arrest the killers as soon as is possible. Today is World Steel Pan Day. TNT's national instrument, the only new instrument invented in the 20th century, is being celebrated today. The UN adopted the resolution on July 24th and declared World Steel Pan Day will be celebrated annually on August 11th. Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts Randall Mitchell introduced the draft resolution at the 77th General Assembly sitting in New York on July 24th. It received co-sponsorship from 84 member states of the General Assembly. It is a joyous day for many in the Steel Pan fraternity, including the talented hands behind Sweet Sounds of Pan. You are listening to news on Power 102 Digital to 7 o'clock. The number of people killed in the Hawaii fires has risen to 55, and hundreds more are said to be missing on the island of Maui. Governor Josh Green says the fires are the largest natural disasters in Hawaii history, and 80% of historic seaside town Lahaina is gone. Well, finally, here is weather news for the period today until midnight. Trinidad and Tobago, mostly sunny and partially hazy conditions, interrupted at times by partly cloudy periods with some light to moderate isolated showers in confined areas. There's a medium chance some of these showers could become heavy and thundery, favoring western areas of Trinidad. Nighttime mostly settled, but for some partly cloudy periods with light to moderate isolated showers in confined areas. Gusty wind, street and or flash flooding can be expected near heavy showers and thunderstorms. Expected temperature high of 33 degrees Celsius at Picong International Airport and 32 degrees Celsius at Crown Point in Tobago. It is currently 26 at Picong and 27 at Crown Point. Recapping your headlines to 7 o'clock, Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley says he's in consultations with his lawyers following remarks made by two opposition members. A High Court judge rules that the state can deport heliport detainees. Today is World Steel Pan Day, and fires in Hawaii leaves 55 dead and hundreds missing. That was news to 7 o'clock and Power 102 Digital. Look out for news in full once again coming up at 12 noon and an update at 8 o'clock this morning. For more details, log on to power102fm.com.
102 Digital.
All right. Thank you, Avril, for our major news. Of course, joining again come 8 o'clock for our news brief. Just to let you know that the celebration, World Steel Pan Day, 12 p.m., Piccadilly, Duke and Frederick Streets, featuring 11 top single pan bands. And at 5 p.m., it's going to be at Woodford Square, Port of Spain, featuring 8 top conventional steel bands. All right. Quickly, let us get the results of our morning poll, gentlemen.
All right. Well, for the first time, I think, in a while, we have had a complete yes to our morning poll. Of course, this morning we asked, should steel pan be taught in all the nation's schools? All our respondents to the poll said yes. All. Of course, people started to bat for their own pan side after a while, but all said yes to option. I mean, we could start that.
All right.
I see a smile on the minister's face.
Yeah, well, let us introduce our guest this morning, the Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm fine.
I see we matching this morning, boy.
Huh?
I see we matching this morning.
Well, I mean, good things happen to good people, right?
There you go. There you hear it. Gentlemen, you all.
Prime Minister, welcome back.
I know Dr. Rowley really wanted to wear red, but you know what? He wear something close.
Oh, yeah, well, I should have worn a bright red shirt. Yeah, but the set seems to be all red. I'd have been lost because the banner with my name is beautifully red and my name in white. So I think that's
well, should we have put it in any other color, Prime Minister?
Well, the fact that you know the color is good enough to me.
Well, the national flag is red, white, and black. So
yeah, well, that'll do it first. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us this morning. We really appreciate you taking
morning, Prime Minister.
Good morning. Who am I with this morning? I'm seeing some people I know. Who's that? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I am the rose among the thorns. Of course, we have, I think you may know this chap, Wendell Stephen. He's in the top. I'm in after him. Then you got Rich in black and Paul in black and blue.
Okay, Paul is beaten up, right?
That is exactly what I said this morning. He got licks.
He got
That's
prepared for it.
He got
Well,
beaten up.
maybe you could start by answering our question.
Hold on. You all asking me about my red. I have to ask Paul about his blue. How is it political?
We asked him that this morning too.
My political allegiance is independence.
I warned him about that blue this morning, you know.
We did.
White may have flooded the screen too much. Would you care to answer our question this morning? It's World Steel Pan Day, UN designated. So we're very happy about that. We see Woodford Square beautifully prepared, and we expect lots of activities in Port of Spain. We know you're a pan aficionado. Our question this morning was, should the steel pan be taught in all the nation's schools? Quick answer.
I would say yes, because I mean it's a musical instrument, and I mean one of the regrets I have in life is that I was never able to learn a musical instrument. And you know, if we're able to put it in all schools, I'm sure a lot of children would benefit, one, from the skill of learning to play music, and secondly, to play their national instrument. I would fully support that. But it's not cheap to do that, eh? I mean, the pan is not like long ago you go and pick up an old pan somewhere and make it a pan set in a school, costs a few dollars. And we did have a program going, and it was going pretty well. It was disrupted, and we're thinking about strengthening back again. So I would look forward to that.
All right, well, let's start from the perspective of yourself as on two hats. One, as the Prime Minister of the country, and two, as leader of a political party contesting the elections. What are your feelings on our readiness for Monday?
I think the country is ready. I think we as a party, we are ready. It's been a pretty rugged campaign, but it's been very vigorous. I'm hoping that there is a decent level of participation. I'm comfortable that we are getting there. We should have a good outcome in terms of an exercise.
But Prime Minister, I wanted to delve straight into the local government reform that the PNM has campaigning on, and that has been in the making for quite some time. Because I think outside of Terry Rondon and Irene Hines, I think I may be serving the third longest in terms of local government, and we have been hearing this issue of the reform for quite some time. I've attended a lot of the consultations. I feel confident now that it can happen, but how confident are you that it will happen?
Well, we have a law, and it's, parts of it have been proclaimed, and the rest of it is there to be proclaimed. And I am hoping that we have the endorsement of the national community to proceed as we have planned and as the program requires. It would be a pity if we find a reason, whatever that reason might be, to not implement what we are trying to do. And I am confident that it is good for the country, and the country will benefit from it. So I think we're on track. It's just that the population is being educated. One thing with this campaign, as an election campaign, I think it has been very educational, notwithstanding the extras that came into the campaign. But on the issue of local government, we have used the opportunity of the campaign to educate people about local government as it exists and its potential to do better.
You know, interesting.
We have seen a video of members of the opposition while the consultations were taking place in support of local government. Are we satisfied? Because they are the corporations that are run by the opposition will also benefit from the local government reform. Are we satisfied then that we have done a sufficient enough job in explaining to them that, listen, your burgesses, your municipalities are also going to benefit?
Well, I don't know that we're dealing with kindergarten children. What you're seeing there is politics. When the consultation was taking place, those same people participated, were very positive in their endorsement of what the exercise was and what it portended. But then
they have decided it's not politically wise for them to support it being operationalized. And what you see there is the leadership saying to them, don't do it. Because basically, if things are going well, they think the government will look good. And that is bad for their politics, but it's good for the country.
You know, I'm just wondering because I saw the town hall meeting yesterday in Digger Martin, and and you brought up some interesting devolving of power from the main government to local government in terms of even to the point of schools maintenance and stuff you suggested could be the long view in terms of that devolving of power. And I thought that very interesting. And I wasn't sure if that was encoded in the law or if it's something that you will have to amend eventually, or if it will just be policy decisions in terms of that kind of devolving of power.
It will be policy decisions, but if you have a framework, you can use it once you are willing to use it. What's on the ground would be a structure, a management structure with the resources to handle responsibility. Then it would be that the government decides that we are from central government managing school maintenance, all aspects of it, more or less. We can start by putting some of that out to local government once we are convinced that they can handle it. Because there's no point in putting it out if there's nothing there to handle it, because you'll create a new problem. But local government being given that responsibility, we don't see anything that stands in the way of a properly functioning local government entity being prevented from taking that responsibility and running with it and doing a better job than what is happening now.
Yeah.
Two-part question, Prime Minister. One is regarding the local government reform as envisioned in the law. Richard indicated when they asked the question about the opposition not supporting it in principle. But when it becomes law, it's law. People will have to abide by the law. Hopefully they'll abide by the law. One, is there a timeline envisioned for the proclamation of the other parts of the law to fully operationalize, as you said earlier on? It has to be done in phases, not to create chaos, because it's a new system envisioned to operate differently.
Right. And that is precisely why we had asked for the extra year before this Privy Council intervention rushed it. We rushed it as a result of the Privy Council decision, because we anticipate exactly what you've said there. It's a transitional arrangement and a step-by-step arrangement. And to answer your question about a timeline, we were working against a certain timeline before the election came in August. And the timeline was getting it more or less in operation before the end of the year. So if the election was held a little later down, the implementation would have been almost immediate with the coming out of elections. But now we'll have to refashion that timeline, and there might be a little bit of a delay, but we're certainly on track to do it.
So we can expect that at the end of the year, as originally envisioned?
Well, we will try. You see, the end of the year, we're going into the budget in September, October, right? We will have to cater, the Ministry of Finance now will have to cater, if we try for the end of the year, and when the fiscal year starts in October 1st, it might be a little difficult for us now to cater as we should for fiscal October to start it. But we certainly can look towards like January. Right? So we have some planning to do still and some execution and arrangements, because what we're finding, it takes a while for changes to be made in the public service. And like you saw with the proclamation of the procurement legislation, even after we were working on that and being around for a long time, when we procured it, there was a whole lot of, well, I don't know, misunderstanding, some resilience, so we have to just cater for that transitional period.
Shouldn't the government be driving that though, particularly regarding procurement and the readiness of public entities and ministries? And in the same way, through the Ministry of Local Government, getting corporations ready for what the new system will require by law?
Well, the government has been driving it. I mean, the government drove it from the level of the cabinet, the level of the ministry. But you'd be surprised how many horses you take to the water and some don't drink, right? So some people are just not prepared to accept change or to work with change. They can tell you how it used to be and what they know. So it's easier said than done to say drive it and have it done. Because remember, you need the cooperation and buy-in of many people, some of whom may not be enthusiastic about what you're doing. And on the question of what about the law being in place and that we expect our colleagues to follow through, it all depends again on what enthusiasm they show. We created a borough in the parliament. We went through the process. We went through an election campaign in 2019, I think it was, and the borough of Siparia came up with Diego Martin. And you'd be surprised that since we have enacted the law to create the borough of Siparia, that people are just ignoring it. I mean, some of the spokespersons from the authority in Siparia would tell you a million reasons why they don't know what to do, they can't do it, they don't have this, they don't have that. That's just a lack of enthusiasm.
Yeah. As you speak about buy-in, Prime Minister, any of the local government reform proposals, is it predicated on the support of the opposition to get it moving?
Of the opposition?
Yes.
No, that support would have been required in the parliament. We didn't get it, but we got a majority support because the government is the majority. But we would, considering that there are 7 corporations in the opposition and 7 in the government, the absence of a political buy-in will just create obstacles that are the law overcomes it, because as you say, if it's the law, then it's the law. But if the law is there and people are resisting it or not buying into the fact that it's something that is worthwhile, it will not operate smoothly. It will operate, but not smoothly, especially if there's active resistance to it. But what we're campaigning on is trying to actually hoping to prevent the resistance. We got the political resistance, but from an operational standpoint, we hope that that resistance does not come.
Yeah. So I have 2 questions. In terms of one, the Minister of Finance yesterday in Diego Martin raised the issue and did a very good job, I must admit, of explaining any confusion people would have had with regard to the rate of property tax and how it intersects with the LGE, local government reform. And I was wondering, this is just on the side, when people get whatever it is that they have to pay coming from inland revenue and they have to pay to their regional corporations or boroughs or city centers, is the Ministry of Digitization part of the infrastructure that people will be able to make these payments online rather than having long lines of people trying to pay this tax to their respective regional corporations? That's
we are aiming for a whole of government digitalization. That ministry works with every other ministry to put the tool of digital benefit. So I don't know how ready they are for the whole operation, but once you would have heard me mention last night and before the whole question of a database.
Yeah.
That entities, cities, boroughs, and so should have a database. Now that is an indication that we are looking forward to going digital in the corporation. And the whole question of tax, it would make it so much easier. And the answer is yes, that ministry will have a role to play. About how soon we'll do the changeover, because there's digitalization and digitization. So we have a ministry which has the responsibility for ensuring that as quickly as we are able to, we bring government activity into the digital era.
Yeah. And the second question I have with regard to local government and national policy, the issue of climate change, and there would be certain national policies with regard to that. I'm not so sure what the intersect will be with regard to the local government reform and the issue of tackling climate change, the evidence of which you've seen virtually every day around the planet, and how important that is as part of government policy?
Well, government policy is to continue to be a marketer of hydrocarbon products, which on one hand is a climate change concern, but we are greening some of those products. We are working hard towards green hydrogen and greening our point leases operations and so on. So we are doing that. On the other hand, we are moving right now. We constructing 10% of our electrical power from solar in our first project that is taking place now in central Trinidad, and we are going to have more of that. So the next thing is that I think we're just about the point of completing the preparations to move forward with allowing the decisions to be made to have TNTech accept. There's a little bit of work to be done and legal work to be done for TNTech to accept surplus power from producers who go solar. And once that happens, then at every level, and local government can have a role to play in that, in encouraging people and to go solar at the household level. And once you can get your excess power into the grid, then it will be a good encouragement, because right now it has been very difficult, even though we give incentives to people, because of the being accustomed to power at the rate at which we are selling power in Trinidad and Tobago. People have not been running to convert their supply from hydrocarbon to solar or wind. But we expect that more and more that will come. And so we are on track with that. So between the green...
Are you expecting that there changes to facilitate that, Prime Minister? Because it's a convoluted process to go to TNTech based on the present law and mount solar panels and get it connected to the grid in a safe way.
Well, but it is the engineering, the technical possibilities of doing that exist. So what we're doing now is dealing with that convoluted legal aspect of it. And that's where we are at the moment. But the last information I have is that they're getting over the hurdles of doing that. And we should be able to do that in the not too distant future. But that is something that you will have to do if you want to encourage widespread use of solar power. Because if you're not going to go and spend $100,000 as a small business or as a business, and then you generate power that you can't use. But if what you invest in generates enough power for you, and some surplus can be sold, then there's some incentive to go ahead and do it. So we as a country are moving towards that, where more and more people will see the benefits of doing that. And the policy is to encourage it.
Prime Minister,
I want to go back to the local government issue.
Public utilities.
And sorry, both of you were on at the same time. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mando.
Yeah, I wanted to just stay under the rubric of public utilities, because as we are involved in this campaign, as we walk the ground, and in several of the chats, especially in Port of Spain and in San Juan Laventille, a lot of issues surrounding water and WASA is surfacing. And it's coming across sometimes as almost like if it's being deliberately done to affect certain areas. I'm sure that those complaints would have reached your ears.
Well, we've been dealing with that, and in fact, there's one political entity whose campaign, deliberate campaign, is to disrupt the water supply, to create dissatisfaction in what they call PNM strongholds. They're trying to annoy people. So we actually have been dealing with it. We are aware of it. There is some interference with the water supply, especially in the area where it can be easily done, and you respond to it in one area and it springs up in another area. People who know the system have been interfering with it, and I hope after Monday they will see no benefit in doing that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Prime Minister, let's go back to the issue of local government campaign, and you indicated when we started our conversation this morning that there has been a fervent, more than usual energized campaign for local government to what we become expected. You yourself have had your conversation series ongoing, last evening, and some political platform standardized one. Why do you think this particular local government election has generated that kind of enthusiasm? One from the public and two from the political entities, including new entities that have joined the fray.
Well, one, I think on the government side, we are a major political party with support across the country, and we actually got involved in putting the issue before the population, so there was a lot of effort in that. On the other hand, our political opponents, seeing us operating in a difficult situation, they see opportunities for themselves to win support away from the government, and they too have put their best foot forward. And then there are third and fourth and fifth parties who see the traditional parties engage in this political battle and believe that there is opportunity for themselves. So basically, a lot of incentive has been there for people to get involved, hoping to do well in the electoral process. So it started out.
They can suggest that Tobago for the PNM and the losses in Tobago puts it as a high-stake election for the PNM, and for the UNC, their political leader, in some people's estimation, has to do well in this election because of the losses in the previous election. Is that a consideration at all from your side?
Well, political parties don't like to lose the election. In Tobago, we didn't do well in Tobago at all, but not for the first time. But we are not despondent about what's happening in Tobago. We have the opportunity to retool and come and return, and we will be there contesting again whenever the election comes around in Tobago, and we are confident that we'll do better. With respect to Trinidad, there have been some of our political opponents have been permanently engaged in feasting and feeding in the negatives, and they believe that this is an opportunity for them to do well, because they have sown the seeds of discord, and they believe that enough people have bought into it, and that will reflect itself in the polls. That is there to be seen. We, on the other hand, believe that we have done reasonably well and well enough to be supported by the population to continue doing their business in a serious and responsible way. So it's a looking into the future and reading the tea leaves and seeing different stories from different people. I mean, we as a government, we have been a target of negative descriptions. Even when Moody's say that we have done reasonably well and have given us a good mark as a country, you will hear some people say, no, that's not true. That doesn't matter. But if Moody's had said the opposite, well, oh, yes, you hear what Moody's said? That the country is in trouble. So some people they live in the negative because they figure that will work for them. We in the government, we live in the positive because we believe that what we are doing will redound to the benefit of the country, and we're making the best decision in a situation where when you're governing, you have a series of options, and you have to choose what you believe in your best judgment to be in the best interest of the population. And as we do that, we go with the confidence that we are making the right decisions in difficult situations, but we know that there are people who wouldn't agree, but we hope that the majority, or with the inflection of time, people will see that what we have done really was the best thing for the country at the time.
Yeah. And as we talk about politics and the high stakes in this election, Prime Minister, we would have seen two strategies. A strategy by the PNM, including yourself, to do more of the conversations, that more personal touch with the people. And then we would have heard on the opposition side this issue of stand your ground legislation and light it up and all these sort of things. Your thoughts on both strategies?
Well, as I said, the opposition is seeking to exploit what they believe are difficulties for the government. And one of those difficulties is the intractable crime wave that we have been having in this country. Crime has been on the increase, violent crime, gun crimes have been on the increase. And that has generated in the population a sense among people that because of the activity of the criminals, many people believe that the response to that should be that you get your own gun, so that if it ever comes your way, you will be able to fire back at those who come to fire at you. And the opposition sees that situation, and populists as they normally are, they decide that the thing to do is to feed into that. And that is where this offer of guns becoming more easily available became part of the campaign. Guns being the response, and fighting back physically, where you end up, you put yourself in a position to kill the attacker. And so these are political expressions meant to tap into what is a general sentiment that we need to be responding, as they say, fight fire with fire, in response to the crime, the violent crime that is happening in the country. So it's opportunity, you know.
But do you think the populist view is only able to gain traction at some level because of the context of the crime situation and people feeling that the TTPS at some level is not able to effectively deal with that? Because if many of the population thought the TTPS and the criminal justice system in general were able to manage the crime situation, would that populist view be able to gain traction at some level?
Well, I think, you know, it will gain some traction, but I don't know how much. But at the end of the day, what we are trying to say is that you don't try to solve one problem by creating another. Because if you really provide guns to the whole population, if you are able to do that, what then is the scenario after? Do you really want to rely for your security on a situation where you have to be the fastest gun to survive? Or do you want a society where there is a functioning security system, namely the police and other aspects, that will guarantee your security or work towards your security, not having you to have the gun in your hand to shoot somebody who's coming at you?
Well, then are you satisfied with that the TTPS is there to provide that state intervention and performing adequately?
Well, that's the question. Is the TTPS fit for purpose? I think that is where the talk really is supposed to be. Is the police service and the general security apparatus of the state, is it fit for purpose? And the answer is that it has serious challenges, it has shortcomings, but by and large, it is on the job and it is doing reasonably well. You see, if we abandon the thought of a functioning police service and replace that thought with a population that will defend itself, then what about the geriatric person who can't handle a gun? What about the person who genuinely does not want to have a gun to defend him or herself? How are you going to secure those people? The one thing that supports everybody's needs across the board is a functioning police service. And that is why we are working to ensure that whatever the police service is, that we remove from it impediments like corruption, that we strengthen it, those who are hired, which is with more training, better equipment, better management, and so on. So we are to focus on overcoming the difficulties that may prevent the police service from being a better deliverer of safety and security. And not just the police service. We're talking about the Coast Guard, we're talking about the Defense Force, we're talking about the SSA, we're talking about the FIB, we're talking about whatever sustains the gangs, because the bulk of our crime problem is what is coming out of the gang culture in the country. And one of the things that we found as we went along the way was that the gangs fell in love with the guns because they get their power from the barrel of a gun. And then the supply of ammunition to the guns, we discovered that there were serious problems with respect to securing arms and ammunition in the country. And the criminals were getting virtually an endless supply of ammunition. And that has caused us to be rethinking how the police service...
How significant is that ammunition problem? Because while many are focused on the FULs and the firearms themselves that have come out of that FUL situation, you have now referenced a scenario that I've heard before about the amount of ammunition floating around the country that is not being regulated properly.
Well, it is very significant. You see, we were focusing almost 100% on the illegal entry of arms and ammunition. And we have to do that because being an island nation, every square inch of our border is a place where somebody can come to us by sea and try to enter, not just to our designated ports. So we have this, and then we have a South American neighbor close to us where guns can come to us, and we have other sources. So we have this permanent requirement to prevent illegal arms and ammunition from coming in. But then as we were dealing with that and looking at what is actually happening, we then stumbled upon the problem that, listen, it is not just the illegal entry. it is the legal ports of entry, and it is the inability of the police service to maintain a system that can guarantee that when arms and ammunition, especially ammunition, come into the country, that ammunition does not fall into the hands of persons who can't go to the shop and buy. Many persons in the country can't go to the shop and buy ammunition because they don't have a firearm user's license, but they have an illegal gun. And the question you have to ask is it that they only get their supply from those who manage to bring some ammunition through the illegal source? But we are of the view that it is quite possible and likely that some of the ammunition that came in legally is ending up in the hands of criminals.
That's a frightening thought, you know.
There was a case in St. James a few months ago where they decided to kill one man in St. James, and at close quarters, they fired 62 bullets at that man. Now, if bullets were hard to come by and you have an illegal firearm, you wouldn't waste it like that. And given the frequency with which criminals are firing bullets in this country, one can come to the conclusion that bullets are not hard to get. Otherwise, you wouldn't see them using it so frequently and firing it in that volume when they try to attack people. And then we decided then to do an audit of the import and handling system. So we go to the customs and say, okay, tell me what ammunition has come in here, who brought it in and how much. That is pulling teeth. After months of going down that road, I could tell you now, we have not been able to determine from the customs department how much arms and ammunition have come into this country and who brought it in. We go to the police and say, okay, you've issued permits for millions of rounds of ammunition to Tom, Dick, and Harry. How much did Tom bring in? Did Harry bring in all of his own? Where's Tom, sorry? And then you discover the information is not readily available. So then you start going to the arms dealers and asking them, show me your books, let me see what you've imported, let me see what you've sold. And you're being told, well, somebody stole my books a few months ago and I don't have any books. That is what we have faced.
Wow. You have just described a very frightening scenario, yes, Prime Minister. Very frightening scenario.
That is precisely what we're dealing with. And then, of course, you would see people who get permits. We were bringing to this country, say, 7 or 8 million rounds of ammunition per year for all the users and managing it in the governments, in the public system. Then perhaps we see permits for 20 million rounds of ammunition to one person. So it became an explosive business. And once you can't account for the ammunition that is coming through legally, all that you would have done there is multiply the problem, add that to the illegals.
But is that a failing of the Ministry of National Security and the audit and the regulation systems for that? Where did that failing take place?
Failing took place, as you said, of the system. What is happening? What ought to have been happening is that the police was supposed to be keeping a close tie and monitoring of permits being issued, importation of the ammunition. It goes to a dealer. You check the dealers regularly, see what they're doing with it. See, they have to account to who they're selling it to, how much they're selling, how they're securing it. I mean, the police, what we discovered is that that monitoring system had virtually collapsed. Because to tell me that you could find a dealer who could tell you that he can't show you his books because he has none, because somebody steal them, should tell you how lax the system was.
Absolutely.
And who is going to buy, who did you sell it to? If you have no books, who did you sell it to? And we discovered situations, in at least one situation, where a dealer would have sold a gun to a person who did not have an FUL. Right? And then you would have seen FULs going to people who are deportees, people who have criminal records. These are not things that are supposed to be happening.
But all of those examples that you're giving, Prime Minister, isn't it reason enough to devolve that duty out of the TTPS and into a separate body to deal with firearms and the monitoring of ammunition and all of those things in a more ordered and structured way that can hold people accountable?
That is why I have said, only last night you might have heard me saying, that based on the various audits, reports that we have in front of us now as a result of us looking at this situation, we will have to review the system. The system where the Commissioner of Police is the sole arbiter as to whether somebody could or could not get a firearm has generated the potential for corruption. And in many instances, it has gone beyond the potential. Right? Because some people have actually used that potential to create what has been called a well-oiled criminal enterprise with its root in the police service. You would have seen a number of police officers on charge with coming out of the, I think, either 8 or 10 police officers are currently before the court for activity in that firearms unit. And
you mentioned earlier on that 7, is it? Just want to confirm, 7 to 8 million rounds of ammunition imported annually?
It grew. I mean, I have the figures somewhere here. It was like 2 million, 3 million, and then it jumped to the last batch of permits is 58 million, that's all, or something like that. But the thing about it, there's a substantial increase in the attempt to buy or actual purchase of ammunition in the country and firearms. So
can you disaggregate that in any way in terms of law enforcement, police, army, coast guard, and private use?
I'm talking here purely about what's happening for civilians. I'm not talking about what is brought for the state. I'm talking about for civilian use, right?
You're talking about, Prime Minister, millions of rounds of ammunition coming into the country annually for civilian use?
Yes, yes, and what is more troublesome to me, in some instances, large volumes are being imported by one, say a firearms dealer imports a large amount. Before, it was being imported in a way that you don't run out, but you never have a huge stock as an ammunition dump anywhere. Because the fear is this: if you have a dealer with a huge amount of ammunition on his or her compound, and the criminals attack that compound one night, it means that they can go away with a huge amount of ammunition. That is one of the potential, especially if the ammunition is not properly secured or if there's corruption in the commission of that crime.
But you've said earlier, Prime Minister, that that's one scenario. You've indicated earlier on that there are dealers who cannot provide records to the authorities of the cadre of ammunition, and in some instances, I guess arms they have. How is that tenable in this scenario?
Well, there have been instances of that situation. From the reports I have seen that as an outcome of the investigation. I don't know if you have noticed that, I had indicated after one of those reports that I would have to take this to the parliament, because in the parliament there's a national security committee in the parliament, and the population needs to know what's going on here. And immediately, huge legal ramifications flow from that. As Prime Minister and Chairman of the National Security Council, I was taken to court. I had to be in court. A judge had to adjudicate on whether the report should be destroyed and whether the public could know about the report. I am currently injuncted from doing anything with the report until the police has completed their own work, right? The national security work that was done in the original reports, those are injuncted by the courts. I went to a political platform in St. James recently, and I spoke about an affidavit that was published in the Newsday, written by the Commissioner of Police in her defense in a lawsuit that is going on. And I quoted from that affidavit, and it should make chilling reading, because this is the Commissioner of Police telling you what she has found in the police service. So here's a case where we have fallen down on the job where the guards who were supposed to be guarding us needed to be guarded.
But you know that's
But
not
in addition to that,
you know
the issue of
that's not news to a large portion of the population and how they perceive the TTPS.
Well, that is not a good thing, and is something that requires urgent attention, and we are trying to give it that attention because we have a problem with the illegal entry. That as long as there are people outside trying to come into us and people inside trying to bring into us arms and ammunition without proper controls and so on, we have that to deal with. But over and above that, where we thought we had a managed situation, it turns out to have been quite obsolete. The arrangements are obsolete, and of course, there was criminal intent in some parts of it. So that just worsened the problem.
But you've described the perfect storm, legal and illegal, posing a problem in one small jurisdiction.
Well, maybe that's what it is, but it has to be handled, and we are handling it.
How concerned are you as head of the National Security Council about consistent reports about police ammunition or national security ammunition, issued ammunition, also ending up in crime scenes?
Well, that is a cause for concern, but then you have to try and figure out where it came from. And it requires a very detailed and persistent analysis as to the easiest thing that one can say, well, okay, somebody stole it from the defense force. But that might be too easy and too simple. It might not be the only route.
Before we move off national security, I just want to get an update from you about if you had sight of a documented report on the Brent Thomas issue that occurred in Barbados through the Ministry of National Security. The police commissioner came before the GSC National Security weeks ago and indicated that she would have supplied a documented report given the gravity of that situation cross-jurisdictionally on the Brent Thomas issue. Have you had sight of a documented report on that?
No, I've heard about it. I talked to the Minister of National Security about it all the time from the very beginning. I followed what happened in the Barbados Parliament. You would have seen, to me, the most useful intervention so far in that matter is what the Barbados Attorney General said to the Barbados Parliament. That was clear and concise. But many people have conspiracy theories that don't accept what was said there. They don't need evidence. They just need to stir up Manima. But there's a major lawsuit. This matter is a major lawsuit, and the state is engaged in an appeal of the judge's findings and order. And once that lawsuit is going on, it restricts what the government can do at the time, and that's what's going on. But there has been some very serious developments as a result of that lawsuit, because at the level of the government, we don't agree that the police acted capriciously or with any malice. What the police was doing was seeking to get answers to questions by way of the warrants, and it was all done under the guidance of the GPP's office. And what they found was quite troublesome. In fact, one of the court's orders, which is to give back to the person who took the government to court, is to give back to that person automatic weapons and explosives. And I mean, the government found this very alarming, and that is where we are now, where we are appealing that decision. So,
are you satisfied that the TNT law enforcement operated within the embassy law, given what the Barbados Attorney General has said in the Barbados Parliament?
Well, we said that from early that there was the safe legal procedure was not followed, and you would have heard the Barbados Attorney General saying the same thing, and saying that if, as a result of that, there's liability for the government of Barbados, then the government of Barbados will accept that liability. And because it was Barbados police acting on the request of Trinidad and Tobago police. That the man was apprehended in Barbados. And then they did so on the presentation of a warrant from Trinidad and Tobago. It is quite normal for police units to assist another police unit. The Trinidad police discovered that the person was on the move out of the country while certain police work was going on here with respect to the person's business. And they asked Barbados police to determine whether the person had arrived there and to keep eyes on the person because they have a warrant for him. And Barbados said, well, we have our eyes on him. Where's the warrant? Trinidad police went to Barbados with the warrant. Barbados police apprehended the person, and the information that the police and the Barbados police has put to the country and their country is that the person agreed to return voluntarily once the warrant had been presented. However, that story changed in Trinidad, where it was said that the man was kidnapped and abducted and all his rights. So this has to be adjudicated upon by the court. It was by the court at one level, and it's now being appealed. So we have to go through the court process.
Prime Minister, just jumping back a bit to the
Can you share how high the authorization for that came in Trinidad and Tobago? How high did the authorization for that come? Is it the Commissioner of Police? Is it DCP?
For what?
Would you share? Can you share that?
What?
For the operation to go to Barbados and detain the individual.
From what I don't know that I've seen all the information because you know I have to keep my distance from it. But from what I have seen, it was at a high level in the police service. I have not seen it at the highest level, but it was a senior police officer who was involved in the whole question of the operations here in Trinidad and the chasing of what they believe.
Because it's cross jurisdictional, would it have to have had authorization from the Commissioner of Police, given the ramifications of a cross jurisdictional operation?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know what the law requires in that. The lawyers will have that. The lawyers will determine that. But certainly, as a police operation, it is not uncommon for senior officers to pursue their quarry without going to the commissioner at the top. But if it's interjurisdictional, just to be safe, I think people would go as high up as they deem necessary. But I've seen it said that, oh, it couldn't have gone on without the minister and without the prime minister, and all that is just so much hogwash. Because I first saw the first bit of information I saw about this particular matter was in the newspapers when the judge had ruled. Nowhere along the way where the police was getting its information, going to get the warrants, doing the searches at the man's premises. I was totally oblivious to that, and members of the cabinet, as far as I know. The first time I saw anything about this matter was what I read in the newspapers, and I realized we got a problem here. And then information started coming with it, and the government started responding to it by virtue of the Attorney General's office. And the Attorney General will keep me apprised of what is happening.
Prime Minister, earlier on this week, we had done a poll based on a comment you had made concerning Jack Warner's re-entry into the politics. I think we might have done that poll 2 days ago, Paul, or yesterday, I think. In terms of him re-entering politics to maybe starve off the extradition that he may be facing. You care to comment on that?
Well, I don't know. Jack Warner has never left politics, you know. I don't know why you're all saying that Jack Warner entered politics. We entered politics. Jack Warner has, as far as I am concerned, has never left the political arena. When Jack Warner came out of the UNC, he created the ILP. The ILP contested elections. They were unsuccessful, both general and local. Jack Warner then formed a newspaper, something called The Sunshine. And he has relentlessly used that paper as a political weapon against the government, the PNM government. Because Jack's singular problem is that he does not intend to report to the courts in Miami or wherever else he's charged with the various charges that he has to face, all of them serious criminal charges. You would have seen from the US end what that difficulty is. And Jack's response to that is to find solace and comfort where it exists. And as far as he's concerned, the PNM government is cooperating through the law with the United States for his extradition. And he has reason to not be friendly or easy with the PNM government. Every Friday, Jack Warner ran a whole newspaper on me or the government or some other minister. So he never left the political arena. What has happened now is the UNC that had pretended to take a principled stand on Jack Warner and his corruption issues. When you told him, go and clear your name if you want to function in the government or in the party. As far as we're aware, Jack has not cleared his name. As a matter of fact, worse things have happened since Jack Warner left the government, because there's a court, where there was a court matter about the ownership of that so-called Center of Excellence, which I call the Center of Shame. CONCACAF has sued Jack Warner over misappropriation of money on that Center of Excellence. Jack did not put in a defense in the court, or whatever he did. The bottom line is, a ruling was made, and they have a claim against him for $75 million, claiming that Center of Excellence because it was corruptly handled and built. So that wasn't there in the beginning. That came out of court proceedings. And that is after and over and above the Simmons report, which had identified him. And all of these things were known to the UNC and are still known to the UNC. But they believe now, okay, we can pretend that that is not so and invite Jack Warner onto our political platform. So that is the return to politics, as far as you all are seeing it. But Jack never left the political arena. And because as long as those charges are over his head, what they have just done there, it's obvious to me that to get him back on their platform, or wherever else they want him, a deal has been struck, which is very similar to the one with Ishan Steve, where if we get into government, we will not pursue your extradition. And the government can drag its feet, the Attorney General can do what happened under the UNC, which is to pretend that it was being done when it's not being done. You remember? We had got to the point, this country, where the extradition proceedings for Ishan Steve had gone to the Privy Council. And the ruling was made and it was done. And they were supposed to be extradited because the process would have been ended after the complaints. And what happened? The Trinidad and Tobago government went to the court and told our local judge, don't allow the extradition to take place because we are about to lay charges imminently here. And the judge agreed, and that didn't happen. And what happened? Jeez. What happened since then? Yep. It's now about 10 years or more. Nothing has happened. So what is happening is that people who have serious questions to answer, the new model, once you have the money, the new model is you get the court to be delayed or obstructed, so you never have to answer it in court. And that's
and how could a government get around that, especially a government that would have gotten the population to agree with them that we have an issue of corruption here and we need to vote us in and we could fix that, we could correct that. How do we get around those issues?
The government has to get around it by fighting in the court. And when you're in the court, you're on the same level as the criminal in terms of the balance in the court. You know, the scales in court proceedings, once you get into the court, the scales are supposed to be level. No one side is supposed to be heavier than the other. So what is happening, what they have discovered, that once you have the resources to fund your presence in the court, whether it is through appeals or the best lawyers or all of that, you know, that the best friend of the criminal these days is delay, obstruct. Right? That's what's happening.
Prime Minister, on a separate note, and I know the interview is coming to a close shortly, are you satisfied that under your stewardship that the government has achieved what it wants to achieve in terms of results with regard to delivery of results? Because that's the benchmark that the electorate really judges you on. How much has my life changed? How much has my life improved?
Well, I don't think we have achieved everything that we said about to do. There are some significant things that we have not achieved, but we have engaged them, but the results have not been the way. I mean, we've achieved a lot of what we set out to do in the field of energy, in the field of education, in the field of health, in the field of Tobago. We have achieved a lot of those things, but in the question of crime and associated matters, we have certainly not achieved that. And that is why the whole issue of crime has become the major political Achilles heel and point of attack for those who are threatening the government in terms of questioning the government's competence and ability. But people are to be reasonable. We expect that the average person is reasonable. They would understand that what we are doing is not something you can just flick a switch and it goes from dark to light. We have to engage people who are resisting. I just mentioned to you the question of what happens in the courts. But remember, the government has absolute no influence in the court system. So when somebody gets charged, when the police apprehend somebody and identify them for a crime, and take the minute that person is apprehended by the police and goes into the judicial system, not only is the government without any function inside there on that particular matter, but the government is required to stay away from it. And that decision is made by others. No, I mean, nobody's asking the judiciary why a case takes so long, why you don't get a judgment, why a person who comes before the court frequently is being treated with kid gloves, why a person with a firearm is getting a sentence. Nobody asks those people that, because their independence is preserved for good reason. But
well, that's interesting, Prime Minister, because most recently, the Master of the High Court, Master Christian Allen Morris, came before the GSC National Security and presented some data from May 2022 to May 2023 in terms of persons who have gotten bail during that period. She cited 698 persons, matters of, and only 39 getting bail.
Really? So,
when you mention that persons are being treated with kid gloves.
Well, no, I'm talking about sentencing. That was sentencing. We have seen sentencing that we thought the sentence could have been more severe to be a deterrent. But of course, we don't make that decision. That decision is made by somebody else who is adjudicating on a variety of matters and come to the conclusion that the sentence should be light. But the bottom line is the people who are committing the crime, right? They are not taking the position where, look, I've made enough damage, or I was in trouble and I'm out. Let me stay away from trouble. We have a very high level of recidivism, right? People get into the system, they commit a crime, they're going through the system, and while they're going through the system, they have to get bail. They have cash bail. You have to get. We are now accepting cash for bail. Well, of course, either you or your friends in the gang will commit the crime to get the money to pay your lawyer, to pay the bail. So it's a complicated, ongoing enterprise. And at every stage, the government has some responsibility. So the government is permanently engaged, right? From trying to prevent the crime from happening to ensuring that the criminal is found, that to providing the resources to the judiciary to make sure that they operate in a timely manner in dispensing that justice. Then you have to secure the persons who are convicted, and then you get to the prison story. And so it's a complete circle in which the government is engaged. And if there's weakness at any point in that circle, then things can break down.
In terms of your leadership style, Prime Minister, I mean, when you self-reflect on your leadership style, because, I mean, some of it is in your book, but what do you see as the core values of your leadership style? And do you think that you're inspirational and transformational enough as a leader?
Well, transformational, I think that I am, because I was able to do that in the PNM. I think I've transformed the PNM considerably. As a government, I think I've made some very difficult decisions. I led my government to make some difficult decisions for the benefit of the country. In terms of inspirational, well, I don't know who I inspire, but I think by keeping my team together and keeping the country whole, I think that is something that I can take comfort in. You know, making a decision not to devalue the currency when all the experts were telling us that that's what you're supposed to do. Devalue the currency to 8 to 1, to 10 to 1, that would make it, you will get enough Trinidad and Tobago dollars to meet your requirements and to pay your bills and so on. But then one had to make a decision. What then is the value of that, of the dollar then? And what the effect of that could be? And we have resisted that. Then at one point, when we were running out of, when our foreign exchange was being threatened and our revenue was at its lowest, we were in conversation about the looming of an IMF program was in front of us. And we took the decision that whatever the situation, we are going to ensure that we do not have to resort to an IMF program. And we had to take certain decisions for that to happen. For us not to rely on the IMF to go to an IMF program with their conditionalities, we had to make certain other decisions. One of those decisions is the getting out of the refining business. The refining business, which was Petrotrin's oil refining business. We had to take that very difficult decision of shutting that refinery down to create a new situation with Heritage where we stay in the oil business and use the oil business to pay the debt. One of those debts was $850 million US that was due in August 2018. And had we not been able to deal with that debt, it would have been a horse of a different color today, because we might have had to devalue the currency. We would have been significantly downgraded. That means the cost of our borrowing would have increased. Then if we had defaulted on any one of those loans, then there's a cross default mechanism where all the other loans will become due. So there was one time when the Minister of Finance was up to his eyeball in trying to find money to pay public servants at the end of the month from borrowing. And one of those lenders, the loan came due, was $200 million US. And that loan came due. And they wanted it, and they had to get it within 14 days. If we did not pay that loan within 14 days, that would have been a default. And you know what would happen then? Other loans would have cascaded into default. So we had to do what we had to do to make sure that that $200 million US was available in 14 days to pay those bondholders.
Speaking of the energy sector, there have been the reports about the shutdowns of the number of plants. There's the issue of the refinery that went up for sale. OWTU bid, but the government did not accept the offers. Can you give an update on the refinery sale issue, and two, your thoughts on the issue of our how efficient our energy sector is? We've received some windfalls because of the Russia-Ukraine situation, the price of energy going higher than normal. Winter is coming. in the temperate countries, and the prices are expected to, the demand is expected to go up, which means we may also benefit from that. Where do you see our prospects in the next year to two in the energy sector, based on our challenges with production of gas from where we were 5-10 years ago, and this still being our main bread basket moving forward?
Trinidad and Tobago, as a producer of hydrocarbons, oil and gas, especially gas, we are relatively efficient. We work on world standards in the gas sector and the petrochemical sector. There's no question of efficiency there. We do continuous upgrades in point leases to make sure that we get the best of the technology that's available worldwide. These are world-scale businesses. It is not only a question of efficiency we're looking at here. It's a question of supply. Our gas fields are among the most heavily used in the world because we were early in the use of gas in producing LNG. So our pools of gas in our gas fields have been considerably reduced. So we have gone down from being a user at Point Lisas of 4.1 billion cubic feet per day to 2.8, sometimes 2.6. The recent disruption that you saw there, the plant shutting down, again, those were safety operational issues where something happened on in one company at the wellhead, and these things, the safety margins are extremely tight. You don't take chances. So they had to shut the operation down to rectify the problem, and they've since come back on track. So these are difficulties that go par for the course in the operations. But the real problem that we have is that our production of gas is on the low side. And this is not anything surprising because it is a wasting resource. The more you take out, is the less you have left. You may remember when England was a major producer of oil in the North Sea. The North Sea fields were one of the world's leading producers, and it moved the English from being the sick man of Europe to being a major player in the EU. The British government used the North Sea oil and gas to reset the country. The same way we use gas here to support Trinidad and Tobago. Now, oil in the North Sea is secondary type companies doing mopping up because they've used up most of the resources there. So even though they're still producing oil in the North Sea and there's still operations going on there, it is not on the same scale with the same prospects for the future as it was 20 years ago or 15 years ago. So what we have been doing is trying to find new fields or to get more out of the existing fields. And that's what we've been doing. And new fields within our own border or looking at fields outside of our border, because the long-term future of staying in the gas business in the way that we've known it will require a significant amount of gas which we do not now have in our border. And we keep exploring. We found some gas in our border recently, but again, not on the scale to change and bring us back to where we were when we were at peak. Because remember, you have to replace, to stay in the business, for every molecule you use today, you have to replace it if you are going to stay in the business next month and next year. So there's a replacement issue to stay at the level that you're at. And if you want to go to a higher level, you have to replace it with a higher volume of gas, which is not now easily available to us.
Was the government able to have conversations with Anthony Blinken about the horizon for the Dragon gas field initiative, given the limitations that were initiated before?
There's nothing that we have not raised with the United States on that matter. So in the end, we were able to persuade them to give us a carve out from the sanctions. But when that came, it came with an umbilical cord of it had an attachment to it, which the Venezuelans aren't happy with. But we did manage to convince the Americans to relieve us of the sanctions, the blanket sanctions that were affecting us as it was in the beginning. So while we have what you call an OFAC license, and we could go from the American standpoint and the sanction standpoint, we could go and operate the field. But from the Venezuelan standpoint, we have to get a license from Venezuela. That license has not yet been forthcoming because the Venezuelans don't like that
final term that the Americans have put on the carve-out.
While we're still on energy economy, which of course is what we're talking about here, and I know the government constantly indicates that, how urgent is it from your perspective as the Prime Minister to give more and more energy and drive to transforming the diversification of Trinidad and Tobago into other sectors? I know some of it is happening, but how much of it are you satisfied it's happening quickly enough and with enough energy?
Well, there is a lot of energy in it, but but the fact that it has not happened yet, I think one can say it's not happening quickly enough. But we are making some major strides. As a matter of fact, we're just about to complete a manufacturing park at a cost of $500 million, and that park will have in it production which the country does not now have in oil and gas, but is manufacturing products for sale in the region and in the outside world, made in Trinidad and Tobago. And that investment is the kind of investment that we need to make to do business other than oil and gas business. So we are doing that. And on the agricultural side, we've got a Ministry of Youth Development, which is focusing very heavily on encouraging young people to enter training programs and production systems to use modern technology to become producers of food. What that will do, it will reduce our reliance on imported food, save foreign exchange, create employment for and entrepreneurial opportunities for young people, and that is a good way going forward. So when we are doing fairly well in our non-oil sector, and the private sector has been coming to the party on that with full government support. So we just have to stay the course.
And what about the issues of the digital economy, which I know the Minister of Finance raises from time to time, and the issue of how that intersects with our education and curriculum, because you have many countries who have started coding in primary schools, and for several years now, Trinidad and Tobago seems to still be vacillating on the issue. At least that's my perspective. Maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, but those kinds of issues to take advantage of how do we grow the economy from the digital, from a digital side in terms of coding and apps and software and the creation of that whole sector?
Well, the government is doing and encouraging some of that. If you know, we spent the Ministry of Digital Transformation and Education. We have a lot of systems going. We're providing Wi-Fi across the country. We are moving our systems from paper. I mean, it was this cabinet that I lead here is the first cabinet that has gone paperless. We in the school system, I can tell you, while we were locked down for COVID, one of the things I did for my constituents, I raised enough money to put build a computer lab equipment in all my primary schools. I got 120 of the best computers and put a dozen of them in each school. And so in our primary schools, children have good equipment to be introduced to. And of course, with in terms of cell phone saturation and cell phone usage, Trinidad and Tobago is right up there with the rest of the world. And so we are gradually or faster getting into digital. What we're aiming to do, and one of the big areas we should be aiming to go, is the paperless transaction, cashless transactions. That is the one area I think we're moving too slowly on. But hopefully we can accelerate that with the work that is going on in some in the private sector and some in the government sector. So if when we get to an era of cashless society, a whole lot of changes will become very obvious. But we are a people who have been very reluctant to make change. I mean, I myself, I am very, maybe it's because I don't understand the system as a programmer, but I have a difficulty in turning over my bank account to my phone and to two clicks. Okay, you can laugh at me, right? But I'm
you're old school. You're old school. That's all right.
No, I am not laughing. I'm just the admission of it.
Scotiabank was giving lessons to seniors. Huh?
I'm old school with music. I like to know where my money is. I understand dollar bills because you notice. I mean, I was very out front then when we did the currency change over to the new polymer $100 bill. I was right on track with that. But I am learning all the time. But I'm a great supporter of the digital transformation, and that's why I sought and found Dr. Bacchus, encouraged him to come into the government and to take responsibility. Because
and look at you this morning. You're doing an interview online, so we're proud of you.
It's probably your first online interview.
3 points because we're running out of time. One, an update on the Petrotrin refinery seal, which has been in abeyance for a while. Before we move to cricket.
We have had lots of people come and sniff around that, but we have never had a serious proposal that we could say take to the end. In terms of, you keep talking about patriotic. These people have never made a serious proposal to the government. We gave them carte blanche up front with assistance. The proposal they put to us was a proposal that says, look, you give us bonds, right? You the seller, you the owner of the refinery, you give us bonds, tradable bonds, and we will use those bonds to fund our involvement in the refinery. We say we can't do that. Because if we give you tradable bonds, and that's equivalent to giving you cash, because you will then go just trade the bonds, get cash, and you go your way, and say, well, I can't manage this. So that was the proposal that we got. Asking the government to provide them with bonds that are tradable. Right? No government could agree to that. Because once the bonds that you intend to get from the government, even if you could then trade those bonds, what does it prevent you from trading them and saying, look, I've converted the cash, I have the cash, it's mine that you've given to me, but I don't think I want to spend it on that refinery. So we've got foreigners who came and made proposals, and then when you examine the proposals, you discover that they're not really of any substance. And it usually flounders on the question of where's the money to back up what you're saying? Where's the financing? And where's the oil supply? And then you realize that they too want something that you can't give. So that is what that has been. We have not.
So the government is wary of being left with a liability in the end of those arrangements.
No. It is not a liability. And I want to make this very clear. It is not a liability. The government was involved in the oil refining business, and to do that, the government had to have a refinery. The government came out of the refining business, and that is the only reason why there is a refinery there now which is not being used. It was not the government's intention to having come out to find a way back into it as a government. We said if there's anybody with oil who want to use it, then it's available, but the government has come out of that business. So the refinery is not something that the government is saying, when do we get back into it as a government? Because the main reason why we came out of it is because we had to import oil to refine there. And that importation of oil to refine that refinery was a huge money loser. Right? And we could not afford to be losing money on that scale in this kind of over season. Right? Maybe earlier on when we had other revenue strengths, we could have supported the Petrotrin. Right now, even as I talk to you now, it is very regular where requirements come to the Minister of Finance to service 50 million US, 30 million US from Petrotrin, because this is money that was incurred to buy oil mainly. And it was always a situation where if the company could not pay for the oil, the government will pay for it. So we had to get to that business. And the fact that the refinery is there not being utilized is not a requirement for the government to go and try to start it back.
Campaign, we have an election due on Monday and one scheduled for 2025. Is campaign finance law on the government's legislative agenda in the next year and a half, 2 years?
It's in the parliament. We have done some work on that, and we are anticipating that we could do that. We'll try to do that, and we have another 24 months to get some things done, and that could be one of them. Because,
is it a priority for the government?
It has been. That's why we have done the work that we've done so far.
And where it will fall on the legislative program, I couldn't tell you today, but we're looking towards that.
Yeah.
Campaign finance, whistleblower legislation, and so on. Those are things that we hope we can get done.
West Indies cricket. West Indies cricket. You've been very strong about championing a reversal of fortunes in West Indies cricket, because I may not be a cricket fan myself, but certainly pride it brings me as a West Indies, a Caribbean person. I can't discount that. You know, it's a unifying force. It's done us wonders over the last couple of decades, but it's not where it was decades ago. What is the plan for this committee that's been put in place by CARICOM in terms of reversing it? Is there a structure in place, or is it the embryonic stages of discussions?
Well, I've just taken over the chairmanship from Prime Minister Gonzalez, and he took it over from Prime Minister Mitchell. What I am hoping to be able to do during this period when I'm chairing is to use that label to pull together initially a number of people who are what I consider to be stakeholders, and the objective is to see whether we can, both the cricket, West Indies cricket, the public sector, which is the governments of the region, and the private sector, to buy into a plan that we can devise. And that plan is not to win the next match or to win the next series. That plan is to rejuvenate cricket in the region, starting with school cricket, club cricket, and then the management of the professional output from that. Where we have fallen down, because I was in Australia a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, and I spent some time with Cricket Australia trying to understand how they had lifted themselves out from the situation that they were in, which was very much like what we are in now, which is a decline in cricket, and they were not producing world-beating teams or teams that could defend themselves on the cricket field. That was the Allan Border period. And Cricket Australia explained to me that what they did, they separated cricket into two prongs. There was a management of the cricket itself, and there was a management of the cricket business. And that is what Cricket Australia is. And I've been looking at that in the West Indies, and I think that there is something to be learned there. And as I talk to people like Andy Roberts and Viv Richards, Michael Holding, people like that, it is clear that there's a frustration among all of them that we are not doing as good as we could, because there are solutions available. But the cricket world has changed. And whatever solution you come up with, it has to take into account that this is an environment that is different to the environment in which we were the world beater. And it changed in very many ways. The money that is going after certain aspects of the game makes it very difficult to have a straightforward management of your business and your players and have them commit to you if you can't pay them in the way that they're being paid in other areas. And there are different models around the world. And then we have this fundamental problem here of who owns West Indies cricket. That's a question that the Indian government had answered and the Pakistani government. In the West Indies, we don't even ask the question. And we're stumbling from one difficulty to another. And if there's a third division in cricket, in world cricket, we're going to get them there very quickly. Because right now we're struggling to beat Oman. Right? So we have to get our act together very quickly. And hopefully during this period that I'm here, the one thing I want to come away with is a plan that can be operationalized where over a 5 to 7 year period, we could raise our cricket back up to a certain level that we target.
Well, we can then good news with sport. Our youth Commonwealth Game participants have done us very proudly. I think 4 gold medals, 3 silver and 3 bronze on last count. And the ceremony closes today. And I think they've done us really, really proud. So I want to give you a chance, of course. We're going to give you a chance to congratulate them.
Again, this is one of the things that we should be proud of. To host a multi-sport event like this
with I think 79 countries, Commonwealth countries, was a major undertaking. And when we agreed to do it, we were in a very difficult period, but we thought that we must challenge ourselves. And I think the Ministry of Sport and Sport TT and UDICOT came to the party and our young people. Unfortunately, I don't think that enough people in the country rallied around them to make use of the opportunity to. I myself, I wanted to be there. Even only yesterday, I wanted to go to the relays. I couldn't get away to go to see the relays yesterday afternoon because I had other engagements that I had to deal with. But it was a good learning experience, and I hope we can do it again sometime. And our youngsters have made us proud, from the march past to the competition. So we do have the talent, and not that we didn't know that before. We have been producing world-class talent way back in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. So we need to stay with that. That's one area that we must not let our heads go down on, and we must allocate the resources to ensure that the talent is brought and nurtured and supported to occasions like that. So we do some facilities. We've invested in certain facilities in the country, and what these junior games have done is to show that we have the ability to handle bigger and better events.
Prime Minister, just a couple of things before we close off. I suspect that the party has been doing polling and so on. What is the prognosis for the results on Monday, August 14th?
We expect to win.
Okay.
Win more seats or keep the seats in the areas you have, the corporations you have? Win more corporations or keep the corporations you have? What define win for us?
We expect to win. And by win, I mean we expect to be satisfied with our efforts. And I trust that you will. I trust that you all will go out and vote.
I don't expect any other answer from you, Prime Minister.
And vote wisely.
Vote for the PNM. But let me tell you something, Prime Minister, something publicly that I haven't been able to tell you privately. In that when I served, after 11 years, when I lost in 2010, for all intents and purposes, my politics had done. It was finished. And you, between yourself, Martin Joseph, and Marlene McDonald, you encouraged me to recontest in 2013, right? And since 2013, you personally and privately has ensured that I served on the council as an alderman. You made an intervention, I understand, in 2016 and ensured that I'm there. So I want to thank you. I've never been able to have the opportunity to tell you thanks, and I want to thank you for that opportunity. And whatever happens moving forward, I want to tell you that I'm happy and grateful for all that you have done to inspire me. So if you've inspired no one, you've inspired me. Thank you.
Well, I must thank you for agreeing to accept the offer and for providing public service, because as far as I'm concerned, public service is always honorable. And when people agree to serve in the public domain, I'm quite respectful and happy about that. So thank you very much.
Well, he will be pretty good on a desk just north of Woodford Square.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He'll be very good on a desk north of Woodford Square.
Who?
Prime Minister, I hope to hear invaders putting up a performance later.
North of Woodford Square is the Hall of Justice. What offense has he committed now?
Well, just east of
we'll
that.
Give all our guests the final minute to pitch to their constituents. So we want to do the same to you.
Let me just ask one question before you go, Prime Minister, and for your last minute. The facade of Port of Spain is not pleasing to the eyes, and as well as there are more and more homeless people within, I'll use Trinidad and Tobago, but mainly in Port of Spain. Is there any talks about reforming these individuals, get them off the streets?
We got a long way past thoughts. Let me just tell you what's happening. Many years ago, when I was housing minister, you entered Port of Spain after the flyover there, and there was on both sides of the road, there was the old foundry site, and there was the old motor car place on the right-hand side. The Ministry of Housing bought those properties. Later on, when the UNC came in, they dig two hole, supposedly as
detention pond.
Detention ponds.
Yeah.
What we have done recently to address that issue you're raising about homelessness in the city, we have identified the foundry site as the place to build what we call an assessment center. Construction has only just begun, and I'm scheduled to open that construction in a week or two, but the contractor is on site. We are building a facility there which would deal with homeless people in the city, where they can be rehabilitated and reconnected to their families or supported away from the city streets. And if they have mental issues, get proper mental assessment and care and so on. That construction is starting or has started. When that facility is completed, there will be a zero tolerance for people on the streets in the city of Port of Spain.
Best news we've heard in a long time. Thank you very much.
That's final minute to you, Prime Minister.
Final minute to you, Prime
Final
Minister.
minute goes to you.
Oh, all I would like to say, I must thank you all for the opportunity to spend the morning with you. I didn't get, if I'd come in person, I would have got my tea and biscuits, but
we missed that. We missed the extra talk too in the tea room. The extra talk is that in the tea room now. We missed that.
Maybe one of these days we can do that. But thank you very much for having me. I simply want to say to the population that if you have never voted in local government elections before, this is a good time to vote for to come out to local government election and to vote, because you're voting for a transformation and an attempt to transform the country in a way that would be quite seminal. It's going to make a lot of changes for the benefit and for you in your neighborhood, wherever you live. We are hoping that local government transformation embodied in this local government reform effort will bring to you a benefit of an improved service delivery in your neighborhood, which will redound as an improvement in the quality of your life. Local government is important because that is where government is at your doorstep, on your street, in your drain. And we are talking about doing much more than that. Handling your local schools, encouraging programs, keeping young people engaged in activities, cultural and otherwise. Local government becomes like a management level that sees your needs and try to address them. So come out and vote in support of local government reform. And if you're going to do that, then you're required to vote PNM.
All right. X by the valley.
Everyone to be with us this morning. We appreciate you, and please don't be a stranger.
Thank you very much. I look forward to sitting down with you all again sometime soon. In-house.
In-house.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
will
yeah.
not-
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Prime Minister, for being
Okay,
on the
thank you, Prime
podcast. Good day. All right. Of course, that was the Prime Minister of our beloved Island Republic, Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowell.
Our beloved.
STEELPAN need more respect on Carnival Day. STEELPAN need more respect. Rapping to the DJ. You have up your big bucks, 1,000 watts of power. When me STEELPAN passing, can't hear bass or tenor. Carnival is me and Carnival is you. So for this festival, hear what you must do. Turn on your box, look the STEELPAN coming. We want to hear what the tenor play. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, turn it down. We want to hear what the STEELPAN jamming. Remember when STEELPAN, they carry this way. STEELPAN was the music for Carnival Day. Since the hi-fi hit down, you start acting mean, like they have a plan to get hand off the scene. Turning up your box, showing no respect forgetting that steel band is part of the fence. Turn on your box, the steel band coming. We want to hear what it tenants jamming. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, I beg you. I want to hear what the grande playing. Listen it. Carnival is made up of so much different arts. So much different people have to play their parts. They all get together for Carnival Day. For a good carnival, they all have a part to play. So let's get together for this carnival and let everybody enjoy the festival. Turn on your box, the steel band coming. We want to hear what the grande playing. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, I beg you. We want to hear what the tenant jamming. Jamming. Turn it down, turn it down. So for this carnival, when steel band coming down, do us all a favor, turn your system down. Steel band pay their dues for Carnival Day. And in this year time, you still want them to play. Members want to jam, people want to wail. So for this carnival, let good sense prevail. Turn on your box, the steel band coming. We want to hear what the double second playing. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, I beg you. I want to hear what the bass man is saying. Turn it down, 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 turn it down. I want to hear what the cello's jamming. I want to hear what the cello's playing. Cello man. But where them tenors? Where them tenors? Gentlemen, jam the music. Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, I beg you. I want to hear what the tenors jamming. Grounded! Where the grounded man? Turn it down, 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 turn it down.
As I cross Green Corner and I enter the border on the western frontier, I start to remember the first panorama. And as I pass the oval heading for St. James, yes, I started to reflect on some steel bannings. This area was better known as steel band territory, because it really produced the best symphony. So with all due respect to Desperados, Renegades, All-Stars and the rest, and from the west was the best. Early Manet and Shell Invaders, you got to confess, Pan from the West was the best. Anthony Williams and Pan North Stars used to put them to the test. Pan from the West was the best. I only singing about the era when the pan men had style and finesse. Pan from the West was the best. This is the saga of the pan men who used to wear the crown when STEELPAN was king in his western town. It was the home of Tripoli, the home of Sun Valley, Crossroad and Crossfire. And the best STEELPAN was from Bombay Street, Kandahar. That was the band who won the first panorama. And they won it back to back the year after. That STEELPAN used to reign supreme over all. And nobody ever beat them in a festival. So with all due respect to Cordets and Newtons, Ammonites, Exodus and the rest, Pan from the West was the best. Early Manet and Shell invaders, we got to confess. Pan from the West was the best. Anthony Williams and Pan North Stars used to put them to the test. Pan from the West was the best. I'm only singing about an era when the pan men had style and finesse. Pan from the West was the best. This is the saga of the pan men who used to wear the crown when STEELPAN was king in his western town. Our nice boys' tongue had a beautiful song, and Valley Haps from Kitty Valley. We even had Third World, Blue Stars and West Side Symphony. And if my memory serves me right, I want you to know Bellevue was the home of a band we used to call Cairo. Symphony, Silver Stars, Metronomes, and the great Starlift was not just a legacy, it was a God-given gift. So with all due respect to Free French and Hatters, Cavaliers, Funblair and the rest, Pan from the West was the best. Delhi Manet and Shell invaders, hey, we got to confess. Pan from the West was the best. Anthony Williams and Pan North Stars used to put them to the test. Pan from the West was the best. I am only singing about an era when the pan men had style and finesse. Pan from the West was the best. This is the saga of the pan men who used to wear the crown when STEELPAN was king in his western town. And men like Rock and Leslie, Edders, Noll and Coxie, and Solène Cooksey. We even had Cobo Jack, Zeppelin and Motor. Men like Imam, Shadow Hugh Bud, and Susie, Sonny Roach, Roy Harper, Ray Holman, and Zambi, Desmond Bell, pull up there. I could post and back. And special thanks to Phase 2 for flying with flag. So with all due respect to Tobago All-Stars, Buccaneers, our boys and the rest. And from the west was the best. Tell man they can shell invaders. Hey, we got to confess. And from the west was the best. And Tony Williams and Panam North Stars used to put them to the test. And from the west was the best. I am only singing about an era when the panmen had style and finesse. And from the west was the best. This is the saga of the panmen who used to wear the crown when Steelpan was king in this western town.
Who ever thought that the day would come when you could go to the church and hear steel drum? Who ever thought that we'll see the day when steel band music will play while the reverend pray? All you remember that? All you remember who sang that? The Lord Griner. And today, we are here. Oh, what a day. Minister of Tourism and the Arts and Culture. Oh, what a day. Minister of Tourism and the Arts and Culture, the Honorable Randall Mitchell, His Worship the Mayor of the City of Port of Spain, Alderman Joel Martinez, and distinguished members of the Port of Spain City Corporation, members of Parliament and the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, President of PAN Trinbago, Ms. Beverly Ramsey Moore, the ever-loving and ever-present Auntie Joan, other specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I ain't hear nobody. All you all right? Good afternoon. Oh, what a day. Oh, what a day. On behalf of the National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago
let me extend our heartiest congratulations to Pan Trinbago on this momentous achievement. The journey has been long, but you stayed the course. Here we are now, grateful for your dedication and commitment. Here we are in celebration of our culture and our people. Ladies and gentlemen, today our steel pan, the national instrument of the proud Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, of this proud nation, will forever be commemorated on this day, the 11th of August, as World Steel Pan Day. Without a doubt, this is a remarkable achievement. So please, I would like you to join with me in giving a great round of applause to all those who made this happen. My dear people, let's be joyous. I thank you. This is a special day for the people of our nation, the people from whom Steel Pan was birthed, the people who are responsible for its growth, development, survival, and indeed its future. If Steel Pan is our child, as we always say, then we are the village that must continue to raise it and raise it well. We are the ones who must continue to bring it up strong, fierce, and capable of thriving in this big and competitive musical world. Because Steel Pan is our special gift to share and to receive. It is our past, our present, and indeed our future. On behalf of the National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago, it is an honor to share in this historic moment with all of you and indeed the world. While we are celebrating here today, I want you to know that in other parts of the world, we are also, and they are also celebrating our Steel Pan. I choose not to go to New York today to be here with you because I believe that being in Trinidad and Tobago at this moment was more important. I couldn't miss this historic occasion. Our biggest hope is that today leads to even more greatness and achievement for our nations, for our national instrument. I know that Beverly and her team will continue and will not rest until Steel Pan ascend to where it is truly meant to be. And I want to thank her and Pan Trinbago for the hard work and that they have continued to invest in Pan and its development. I also want to recognize and thank the Honorable Randall Mitchell and the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and the Arts for their invaluable contributions and support. My final thanks is to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What took form from the blood, the sweat, the tears of Winston Spree Simon, Rudolph Charles, and Ellie Manette grew even more formidable under the steady and careful gaze of Samaru and indeed Fillmore. And if they were here with us today, I would imagine tears of joy in their eyes in seeing how far their beloved instrument has come. Now the journey rests on the shoulders of Holman, Sharp, Teague, Telemark, Chockery, Galston, Stewart, and so many more in the Steel Pan community. As they continue Steel Pan's path to prominence and greatness, to Steel Pan path to prominence and what? Greatness. And they must always have our fullest support, indeed the kind of support that we are having here today. So let us never take our Steel Pan for granted. Instead, let us continue to show this world just how powerful our Steel Pan is and how powerful our Steel Pan can be. We created this. Trinidad and Tobago created this. It is our instrument. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to sit back, relax, jump up, dance, do whatever you do. Rejoice in this day that the Lord has made and enjoy your Steel Pan. May God continue to bless all of us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winston Gypsy Peters, Chairman of the National Carnival Commission. Wow, look at people already. If you're now joining us, welcome. The People's Parliament, of course, is celebrating its World Steel Pan Day today. Of course, my name is Ken Simmons. Always a pleasure and honor to share my love and energy with you guys. And of course, we are in for a treat this evening. As we continue the formalities of our program, I would like to invite to the podium to bring greetings the Honorable Keith Scotland, Member of Parliament for Port of Spain South. Put your hands together for him as he comes.
Honorable Randall Mitchell, Minister, Senator, Minister of Culture, Tourism, honorable members of Cabinet, colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of Woodsford Square, my predecessor, Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, used to stand in this square and address the people. And he was a historian. And I don't want us today to forget the history of pan. There was a time that if you were a pan man, you couldn't go to any home and say you courting or tracking a young lady because you would be shunned. There was a time that if you were a young lady who aspired to traditional decency, you couldn't tell your parents you're going to practice pan in a pan yard. They will forbid you. Now, look where pan reached. It reached the United Nations that they were forced to declare a pan day, the 11th of August. And every year, the world will recognize that Trinidad and Tobago has produced an instrument that is now internationally renowned. The world would recognize that we in Trinidad and Tobago, nothing comes easy, but we fought for pan, and now look at where we have reached. I want us never to forget where this journey started, from up in the hills of Laventille with Winston Spree Simon, coming down on the greens in Piccadilly with Ellie Manette and all the others. I want us to bear that in our memory so that when Merchant in 1985 said pan in danger, we will never have to say that again. Never will we have to say again that pan in danger. Pan is on the rise. Honorable Minister Randall Mitchell, Woodford Square, I want to thank you all and welcome you to the capital city of Port of Spain. Let the music play. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament for Port of Spain South, Keith Scotland, all right? You guys, are you ready to celebrate like there is no tomorrow? Somebody make some noise. Look at people in Woodford Square. Listen, we're getting ready to have a grand time. You know, it's history. You know, years from now, we would have pictures and videos, and you'll be able to tell your children and your grandchildren, you know what, I was there for the first World Steel Pan Day in Woodford Square. And of course, it's a very auspicious occasion, one that we'll remember for quite some time. So now we are in the portion of the program where we're going to hear some calypso, some kaiso. Somebody say kaiso. Yeah, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, Woodford Square, those who are listening and viewing all around the world, please help me give a warm welcome to Sheldon Nugget singing World Steel Pan Day. Make your noise and welcome Sheldon Nugget.
Trinidad and Tobago, this is a historical moment. Give yourself a round of applause. Give Pan Trinbago a round of applause. Give me a little more juice in the mic there. I wrote this song about 4 days ago, and I came here to share it with you. It's called World Steel Pan Day. World Steel Pan Day.
Bring it. This one is dedicated to all pan dancers all over the world. All pan players, arrangers, tuners, Pan Trinbago. This one is for you. Finally, the time has come when Steel Pan getting global recognition. For years, Steel Pan had it hard, and now
he get a green card. Steel pan was born out in the ghetto, out of struggle and out of pain. Now we see a brighter tomorrow. There's a game to go out and play. Everybody say, play, steel pan play. What it is? It's World Steel Pan Day. Sing the chorus. Play, steel pan play. Steel pan, you know how I say. The United Nations made a declaration. It's World Steel Pan Day. The United Nations showing appreciation for World Steel Pan Day. Hey, this one is for Steel Pan. Camu bamboo and biscuit drum are part of the evolution of steel pan. And pioneers like the late Mr. Spree turn a vision into reality. Steel pan road is rising to glory, rising up to a higher high. This instrument is so rich in history. So let us spread the wash it up. Everybody has it here. Play, steel pan play. What it is? It's World Steel Pan Day. Play, steel pan play. Steel pan, you know how I say. The United Nations made a declaration. It's World Steel Pan Day. All pan lovers, let's see all you. United Nations showing appreciation for World Steel Pan Day. Hey, sweet, 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 sweet pan. Back in Lego, I sang to you for your dream finally came true. You have labored for oh so long. Now at Steel Pan, know how to grow back from. Get it. Remember the August 2023 is a day we cannot forget. Oh no, a day that Steel Pan created history. A day they gave you global respect. Everybody has it here. Hey, Steel Pan play. It's World Steel Pan Day. Play, steel pan play. Steel pan, you know how I say. The United Nations made a declaration. It's World Steel Pan Day. Everybody, United Nations celebrating steel pan. It's World Steel Pan Day. Everybody sing this chorus with me. Before I leave the stage, I want to let you sing this. Remember the words, seeing this. Yeah, what's going on? I want everybody to sing this chorus before I leave. Play, steel pan play. What it is? It's worst. Play, steel pan play. Steel pan, you know how I say. The United Nations make a declaration. It's world. The United Nations, big celebration for world. Thank you.
Yes. You all put your hands together one more time for Sheldon Nuggets. He wrote that tune in a matter of days, and you all caught on very quickly. Right. So, yes, we're celebrating World Steel Pan Day, and we are here to hear the steel orchestras from north, from south, from east. And if you love pan, and if you celebrate pan, not just seasonally, but all year round, somebody make some noise in Woodford Square. Yes. So it's now time for performance. It's now time to hear from our national instrument. So many lovely people in Woodford Square. Yes. You have an idea who is coming, of course. You're seeing behind me. And when we talk about STEELPAN, of course, many have paved the way for us as we stand here today to celebrate. And we thank God for the pioneers, the young arrangers, who's going to take the baton and continue to run with it. And they're going to continue to pass it on and so on and so on. But today we want to bring to the stage an icon, a legend, who have contributed greatly to STEELPAN in Trinidad and Tobago and the world. In 2020, he was given an honorary doctorate by the University of the West Indies. Of course, where are the Phase 2 fans in the crowd? Phase 2, hardcore Phase 2 pan group. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Len Bugsy Shah. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do much better than that. Put your hands together for a living legend, Dr. Len Bugsy Sharp. Yes. That's the moves out of pan. Yes. Big up Jumbo. Nice. So at this time, I would like to call the lady who has held and hold the position of president of Pan Trinbago, has done a tremendous work since assuming office, and we appreciate her efforts. And of course, she's coming to bring greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore, president of Pan Trinbago.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Come on this side. Come on this side. Let me acknowledge, on the other side, yes. Let me at this time acknowledge Senator, the Honorable Randall Mitchell, Minister of Tourism, Culture, and the Arts, and as we like to say, the affable Randall Mitchell. Members of Parliament, and in particular members of the Cabinet who are here with us this evening, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Chairman Chinua Allen of East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, Auntie Joan Yule Williams. Let us recognize Auntie Joan. She was with me for the entire morning behind the bridge. The Honorable Keith Scotland, Member of Parliament for Port of Spain South. Steel pan enthusiasts of Trinidad and Tobago, where are you? I am not going to read a speech today. I stand here, and let me not forget my chairman, my loving chairman of the National Carnival Commission, my good friend, Winston Gypsy Peters. Today is a very emotional day for me. So I want to recognize at this time, see how they're looking sweet? Members of the Central Executive of Pan Trinbago and members of the Regional Executive of Pan Trinbago. These hard-working officers. I stand here this evening as the granddaughter of the captain of a biscuit drum band in Tobago called Wake Island Biscuit Drum Band. May God rest his soul. I stand here this evening as the daughter of a founding member of the oldest plain steel band on the island of Tobago, Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra. And I want you to take note that I was born in the month of November, which means that I am a carnival baby, a steel pan baby. And so I have a fire and a passion in my soul. When I think of our forefathers and when I think of our ancestors, those who paved the way for us. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a monumental day in the history of steel pan on the island of Trinidad and Tobago. And so we pay laudation and we thank all those who were involved in the struggle. Those of you who came from behind the bridge. Those of you who were called the outcast of society, because you know the bridge was the demarcation point between the rich and the poor. And yet, the story is told of that man called Winston Spree Simon, who lent one of his friends his drum. And eventually, when the friend came back with his old drum, he recognized that there was a new sound. Something sounded like music, my brothers and sisters. And from that day, it is said that we accidentally bounced upon that beautiful sound. And so we want to say thanks to people, may God rest their souls, like Ellie Manette. We want to say thanks to Anthony Williams. We want to say thanks to Bertie Marshall. We want to say thank you, Neville Jules. We want to say thank you to all those who went before us, that has followed pan and has taken it from that old rusty drum to the beautiful chrome instrument that it is today, and that we can say that it is Trinidad and Tobago's gift to the world. And so, as I stand in the People's Parliament, a place with a lot of history, a place, my friends, and I just, I'm getting emotional. I said to my executive, we are coming right here, the stomping ground of our former Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams. We are coming home to his place, the University of Woodford Square, the People's Parliament. We are coming here to celebrate that which God gave to us. Because Dr. Eric Williams played a very important role in the evolution in the early 50s, 1950s. He called on pan men and women to settle down. And he asked to form an association. And that association was formed, and the leader of that association was none other than Mr. Sidney Gallup. And they came together, and they held several meetings. And Dr. Eric Williams then called on corporate Trinidad and Tobago to get involved in the steel band business. And as they embraced the steel bands with sponsorship, bands started to settle down. Because as my father said, Texaco gave them blazers and dressed them up. And so they were now performing in these engagements. And then there was the social acceptance of our people and of our musical instrument. And so, my friends, cutting a long story short, let me say thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister, our wee boy from Tobago. who has embraced me since I became president of PAN Trinbago. He made a statement to me when I was elected. I wouldn't say what he told me, but whatever he told me, I said, Prime Minister, on this new journey, as we are about to chart a positive way forward for PAN, as we are about to restore credibility to the STEELPAN organization, as we are about to rebuild and rebrand, you have to help me, because PAN Trinbago is a very important organization to Trinidad and Tobago, to the world, because it is the world governing body of the STEELPAN. And so now, Prime Minister, I say thank you. Thank you to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you to Dr. Amory Brown and his ministry. Thank you, Minister Randall Mitchell and your ministry, your permanent secretary, Simone Thorne Mora Quinones, and her staff for joining with us and working to ensure that a day like this was accomplished. In our presence this evening, we have a gentleman, the gentleman who came up with the idea for a World Day for PAN. He has flown in all the way from London, a man from behind the bridge, Smith Place behind the bridge. Mr. Justin J. Thomas, are you here? Can you stand and be recognized? Justin, he's across there. He is the man who said that the 11 represents 2 PAN sticks, and the 8, it's the circle of PAN. And in PAN Trinbago, we said the 11 2 PAN sticks, it is the sticks of peace and prosperity, and the 2 circles that form the 8 is the circle of love. And so this evening, my dear friends, PAN Trinbago continues to partner. And before I take my seat, I want to ask the representative from Digicel to come forward, because PAN is more than music in the PAN yard. PAN is about education. PAN is about business. And as the world has now embraced us, ladies and gentlemen, opportunities are now, much more opportunities are created for our manufacturers and for those who provide the service, like our tuners, our arrangers, our musicians. We will export our talent. We will ensure that foreign exchange flow in this country through festival tourism. Visit Trinidad, are you here? We are going to work together with you to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago benefits. Miss Penny Gomez, I want you to come at this time, and I want you to share with them the plans just in for few minutes, what we are doing together as we partner with Digicel.
That's right, we are together in this. Good evening, everyone. It is truly a joy to be here celebrating this proud moment among so many PAN lovers. In proclaiming today as World STEELPAN Day, the UN has acknowledged what we in Trinidad have known for years, that the PAN has transformational power. On this significant day, when our national instrument finally has a spotlight it deserves, the Digicel Foundation is elated to announce a partnership with PAN Trinbago. Together, we are commemorating this first World STEELPAN Day in a special way by rolling out the Digicel Foundation's Technology and Education Program in PAN yards across our Twin Isle, with an investment to the tune of over just $500,000 TT. Last year, the foundation opened 4 technology and education centers across Trinidad and Tobago. One of those is at the Tobago Panthers Pan Theatre, which has proven to be transformational space for at-risk youth. Young people are no longer coming in and just to play and listen to PAN. They are also taking advantage of various resources and after-school programs offered at the centers. Therefore, as part of our ongoing mission to close the digital divide in this country, we are pleased to announce 4 new technology centers selected by the Pan Trinbago executives. This evening, they are Cats and Jammers, Steel Orchestra, Tobago, Curep, Shazan's, right, Steel Orchestra, NGC Cuba Joylanders, and Harlem Syncopators, Steel Orchestra from the north. Now, there's a surprise even for Pan Trinbago this evening. They don't know about it. But as we celebrate the union of culture and corporate, we invite all registered steel bands operating in Trinidad and Tobago to apply to us for the further funding of an additional 4 technology in education centers. Yes, so definitely like the one in Tobago Panthers, we're going to make sure that you have your computers, your printers, furniture, and we will do upgrades to the infrastructure. Thank you for allowing us to partner with you.
Mr. Master of Ceremonies, as I'm about to take my seat, I want you to allow me to present our line minister to speak. Randall Mitchell, a friend of the STEELPAN community. Just give him a big round of applause. Thank you to the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. The cabinet that gave me the opportunity to sit in the General Assembly of the United Nations and to listen to the minister, our minister, present before the House in eloquent style, filled with passion, with the fire in his belly, and the greatness that he's accustomed talking all about. You know, you're accustomed going and saying, great, great, great. Yes, we understand that that is true. You are extremely great because we are also speaking greatness in Pan Trinbago. Minister Mitchell, I want you to join me. I want you to join me. You have to bring a speech. Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister, we thank you for this minister. Trinidad and Tobago, I want you to give a resounding round of applause to none other than our line minister, the Honorable Randall Mitchell. Thank you very much.
That sounds like a political speech there, Beverly. But permit me to say, great is the PNM. Ladies and gentlemen, from behind the bridge to the world stage, ladies and gentlemen of Woodford Square, STEELPAN movement, people of Trinidad and Tobago, today is a historic moment. A moment that we must pause and reflect on the past. And today is a moment that we must celebrate the present. And today is also a moment we must focus on the future and continuing the development of PAN. For me, it has been an absolute honor to be given the privilege to contribute to STEELPAN and to the STEELPAN movement, and to present to the UN a resolution to declare World STEELPAN Day. And I had no idea, when given the responsibility for this portfolio, that I would so quickly fall in love with the STEELPAN and the STEELPAN movement. And today, for all of us who love this instrument, we must reflect on those who have paved the way for us today, paved the way with their resilience and their resourcefulness, and those who have paved the way with their persistence and their unrelenting pursuit of excellence. Today we say to those who paved the way, we say thank you. Today we also pause to celebrate what the Steel Pan has been able to achieve for us at the individual level, for us at the community level, and for us in our collective society. We celebrate that the Steel Pan is not just the melodious, versatile, and beautiful instrument that we know it to be, but it is also an instrument that promotes intercultural understanding and is emblematic of community empowerment, self-determination, heritage, identity, and national pride. Today, we celebrate the Steel Pan as Trinidad and Tobago's symbol of excellence. So on this day, we celebrate World Steel Pan Day here in the capital city, and we also celebrate World Steel Pan Day in Times Square. But we look forward to future celebrations of this day. I can announce that in 2024, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, in collaboration with Pan Trinbago and its other stakeholders, will prepare early for a Festival of Steel to be celebrated around Steel Pan Day in 2024, which will, as we foresee, incorporate a convention of steel pan where we bring people from all over the world who are interested in steel pan to discuss the future of steel pan, the tuning, the education, the trade in steel pan. And of course, we will celebrate in all our pan yards and in all our performing spaces. We also look forward during the year to get our young people more involved, and you have heard education with pan in schools, thank you to the Digital Foundation and so on. So ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank all of those who started this journey and those who continue it. I thank, of course, the Honorable Prime Minister and the Cabinet for pushing us towards this opportunity. And last but not least, I thank you, the Steel Pan movement and Pan Trinbago, for accepting me and for allowing me to walk with you side by side along this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, today I call upon all citizens and all the diaspora to get involved in the pan movement, to get involved in pushing the steel pan globally. The pan is our symbol of excellence, and the pan we have developed will also in the future continue to develop us. So with those few words, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and a happy World Steel Pan Day.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, Randall Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen. So we got to continue, of course, with the celebration. We thank God for good weather. And also, an event of this magnitude will not be possible without some very important people. So let's acknowledge our kind sponsors. Tourism Trinidad Limited, Visit Trinidad. Eastport is Spain Development Company Limited, of course, NGC, National Gas Company. Republic Bank Limited, and NLCB. At this time, we have a celebration in dance. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Northwest Laventil Dancers. So this is the last item, and then after that, we're going to have the steel pan, so have no fear.
Give praise, children. Give praise. Give praise, children. Yeah. Give praise. Give praise, children. Yeah. Give praise. Give praise, children. Oh, Father, who has given you know what I mean, put up your hand. And if you know what I mean, put up your finger. And if you know what I mean, then scream. Oh, 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 give Jah his praises. Oh, oh, let Jah be praised. Oh, oh, the Father in His mercy, He sent a little music to make me vibration raise. So Carnival Day, everybody come and celebrate. Yeah. Everybody come and celebrate. See the ragamuffin congregate. Everybody come and celebrate. And everybody say, eh, 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 eh. I love the country. Well, let me hear you sing. Eh, 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 eh. I'm feeling irate. Eh, 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 eh. I love the country. Well, let me hear you sing. Eh, 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 eh. I'm feeling irate. Oh, what Father who has given us His heart so we can all see the part of your heaven. Forgive us today our daily weaknesses as we seek to cast our mortal burdens on your city. On this lovely day when we come out to play and we come out to stay and we breaking away. Some will say what they have to say, but only you know the pain we're feeling. As it was in the beginning of Tuesday, good vibes till Carnival Tuesday. Take it up. Everybody hand ready. Everybody get ready. Everybody hand ready. And if you know what I mean, put up your finger. If you know what I mean, put up your hand. If you know what I mean, put up your finger. Well, if you know what I mean, then scream. Oh, 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 give Jah his praises, yeah. Oh, oh, let Jah be praised. Oh, oh, the Father in His mercy, He sent a little soca to make me vibration day. So Carnival Day, everybody come and celebrate. Yeah. Everybody come and celebrate. Yeah. See the ragamuffin congregate. Yeah. Everybody come and celebrate. And everybody sing, eh, 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 eh. I love the country. Well, let me hear you sing, eh, 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 eh. I'm feeling irate. Eh, 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 eh. I love the country. Well, let me hear you sing, eh, 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 eh. I'm feeling irate. Eh, 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 eh. I love the country. Well, let me hear you say, eh, 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 eh. I'm feeling irate.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Northwest Love Until dancers. Yes. Happy World STEELPAN Day, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody make some noise. Y'all want some more? Listen, love to everybody who came out. Look at people. I don't want to waste no more time because we come to hear STEELPAN. Or they make some noise if you come to hear STEELPAN. Right. So we have one video to play. It's about 2 minutes, so don't vex with me. And let's go. Let's play the video.
I am the spirit of the drum, beating the rhythm of communication, telling my brother how we could run, how we could get away from Massa when he come. I am the spirit of the bamboo. When I call, they say, Tamboo. They cut me from a patch, different lengths. They strike me on the ground as I make different sounds. They hit me with a stick so we could do the trick. Ah! And just like that, again I am stripped. I am the iron. I am the steel. I am the music whose melodies are real. No pan? They must be mad.
Nice. So, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is finally over. Thank you for your patience. Behind me, I want you to give a warm welcome to none other than the National Steel Symphony Orchestra. Come on, make your noise.
1, 2. All right. Good evening. Happy World Pan Day. Let's go. Out of pain, this culture was born. In life's shadowed places, the magic was spawned. And so the groups, they improved again. Fought their wars on a brand new plane. Until their pain, their manhood was reborn. And out of all this bacchanal, life is now a festival. And you can hear the children sing. What is singing? This praise song was written for the Pan Man, who all those who showed their dedication out of yesterday's rejection, onward to a new perfection. From a hunger came a field, from that field to shape the steel. So we sing this song of praise for those who helped to shape the path that we could see through. So now our children, they have a song. So very true, they go down a path. Out of the body palm, I say, 10,000 flowers bloom. Me and you will share the victory. You will see, we will find our way. The troubles hold this place in a proper time and space, so let's celebrate. Come on, let me celebrate. Oh yeah, it's World STEELPAN Day. The whole world celebrating me. We gotta celebrate the ones who make the pan. Let's go! Yeah! Love and respect to Dr. Leroy Callis one time. Hail, 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 Mr. Pan. I hear boy appoint you a Steelman savior. Don't you know the future of the pan? Yes, it lies in you, the pan maker hand. So we can't keep on doing things forever, because the steel pan maker is the one to keep forever. And the future of making steel pan is you alone must know, and you must carry that with you anywhere you go. But first you must know how many ounces of steel it will take to make a bass pan. What is the ingredient you need to make a cello pan? What is the size of the rubber to make a high single tenor? These are the facts that you must have on the lock and cover. Let them pirate with the drum. Let them rend the skin of the man. Cause lock up inside of it and go be secret of making pan.
I'm bound to compliment all the steel band for the excellent talent and fame they brought to Begonia. Take this little tip from the Tara. The steel band going to stay forever. In parties, dances, and weddings, let your light the steel band play. So the lover say, if I'm really here to say, voices, don't really pass, so. And play music which life. What a talent, excellent talent, you hear what I say. Steel band music is the greatest talent today. Next time, sing it, sing it. Latino can play music anywhere you go. What a talent, excellent talent, you hear what I say. Steel band music is the greatest talent today. I said the steel band music is the greatest talent today. Steel band music, steel band music, steel band music is the greatest talent today. Steel band music, steel band music, steel band music is the greatest, is the greatest talent today. Yeah.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for the National Steel Symphony Orchestra. National Steel Pan Day. So I want you to draw your attention to the screen because we have some greetings from Japan and Trinbago. So direct your attention to the screen at this time.
Happy World Steel Pan Day. I am Lauren Pierre, Treasurer of Trinbago. On behalf of the association, I wish to extend gratitude to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, our Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, our Line Minister, Senator the Honorable Randall Mitchell, Cabinet Ministers, and the Permanent Mission of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for your unwavering love, support, and respect of our national instrument, and for developing and presenting the draft resolution to the United Nations General Assembly, where August 11th was declared and proclaimed World Steel Pan Day. This is a significant achievement for the steel band movement and will create numerous opportunities for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
こんにちは、原田義弘です。日本からお送りしてます。パノラマスティールオーケストラのリーダーやってます。8月11日に世界スティールパンデーが制定されたということで、国連に感謝いたします。ありがとうございます。このことで、スティールパンの文化的、歴史的側面がはっきりと認識されていくんではないかなと思います。これは素晴らしいことです。こ この安心感でますます、自由に発展していくのではないかと期待されます。またこの日にちによって人々が様々つながるきっかけになっていくといいなと思ってます。日本でもこのように子どもたちがすでにスティールパンを通して様々学んでいます。とても人類に貢献している楽器だと思います。トリニダード、そして、世界のスティールバンドのみんな、おめでとうございます。
Put your hands together for the greetings from Pantrin Bagel, Treasurer Lauren Pear, and of course from Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are looking at the main stage and you're wondering where my voice is coming from, just look at the western end of the square. Of course, we're getting ready for more steel pan. So those of you that are on the other side, just come a little closer because we're getting ready for more as we celebrate World Steel Pan Day. The band behind me, of course, they were formed in 1976, traditionally pan around the neck. And through the years, they have grown and blossomed. Now the pride of joy hailing from Coffee Street, San Fernando. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Heritage Petroleum Skipper. Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Heritage Petroleum Skipper. Pride and joy of San Fernando, Coffee Street, San Fernando. Ladies and gentlemen, how you feeling? It's a great day today, right? We're celebrating our national instrument, of course. It's World Steel Pan Day, and we are happy to be in the Woodford Square. Look at people, man. Let me tell you something. Of course, they're doing all the videotaping and all that. So we are going to be broadcasting it at some point. So when we're looking back at the footage, we want to see people with a smiling face, hands in the air, and they're enjoying our national instrument. If you love pan, not just seasonally, but all year round, put your hands together and say, yeah, yeah. That's right, of course. And all this, you see that stage? You all see the decor? All of this is not possible without kind sponsors. So it's my responsibility and duty as Master of Ceremonies to acknowledge our sponsors, okay? So, of course, our partners, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, National Carnival Commission, East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, also Tourism Trinidad Limited, Visit Trinidad, NGC, National Gas Company Limited, Republic Bank, and the National Lotteries Control Board. Nice. Yours truly, Ken Simmons. Listen, if all you know me, I like to enjoy myself. So I work in, but I want to come and party with all you. Anybody here from South? Where the South people? Where the South people? Anybody from South? Anybody from the East like myself? Where the people from the East? East side. Right. Where my West people? Where the West people? All right. I see people put up South, East, West, and all they put up on the same hand. Where you from? Well, make up your mind, man. Where you from? Where are my Tobago people? Where my Tobago people at? And the man put up his hand again. Make up your mind. Where you from? What's going on here? Where my people from Port of Spain? Yes. Right, so we're not wasting no time. Of course, the band behind me in 2022 celebrated 50 years, half a century. Of course, they are known to do exceptional work. And of course, you know this saying, it takes a village, of course, you know, to raise a child. And of course, they have groomed a lot of greats. Led by the one and only Dr. Len Bugsy Sharp. Woodford Square, make some noise and welcome Hardcore Phase 2 Pan Groove.
I am Pauline Mathre. I am Pauline Mathre. I am Pauline Mathre, President of the St. Lucia National Steel Bands Association. Today, we come together to express our heartfelt gratitude to the United Nations for bestowing the honor of World Steel Band Day upon us, recognizing the cultural significance and global impact of the art form. This achievement not only celebrates the rhythmic melodies of steel pan worldwide, but also holds a special place in our hearts here in St. Lucia. It reaffirms our commitment to preserving and promoting the steel pan tradition within our nation, elevating its stature on the international stage. Today, we extend warm congratulations to the steel pan movement in St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, and the world at large, applauding the dedication of musicians, educators, and organizations who contribute tirelessly to this cherished musical heritage. The steel pan is more than just an instrument. It serves as a symbol of unity, connecting us through shared love and appreciation for the art form. Come August 11th, when we celebrate World Steel Pan Day, let us stand united in our mission to continue nurturing this legacy, ensuring its lasting impact for generations to come. Together, we can create a harmonious future where the enchanting sounds of the steel pan resonate far-wide, enriching lives and bridging cultures around the globe. I thank you.
Hi, my name is Terence Wilson, and I'm the president of Ontario Steel Pan Association, also known as OSA. On behalf of OSA and the Steel Pan community of Ontario, Canada, I would like to thank the United Nations for proclaiming August 11th as World Steel Pan Day. What an inspirational achievement. This milestone allows for steel pan to be acknowledged and celebrated on a special day, commemorating our love for the steel pan, its music, and the deep-rooted culture we maintain here in Canada, our home away from home. It has been long awaited and is well deserved. Congratulations to the steel pan movement in Trinidad and Tobago and around the world on this monumental achievement.
My name is Pepe Francis. I'm the president of the British Association of Steel Bands. I'd first of all like to say a big thank you to the United Nations for making August the 11th World Steel Pan Day. It's much appreciated by us and other steel pan organizations around the world. And I'd also like to pass on my congratulations to the members, officers and members of Pan-Tobago for their hard work and diligent service in getting this date achieved.
Hi, my name is Ken Cordis, Director of Culture here in Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you to the United Nations for making August 11th World Steel Pan Day. This accomplishment adds to the list of accomplishments by many of our pioneers and adds value to the steel pan community and the work that has been done for years. This is a significant mark and milestone for the steel pan movement the world over. Thank you to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to the steel pan movement here in the Caribbean and the wider world.
Nice, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we continue with the celebration tonight. If you're feeling good, somebody make some noise. We're not wasting no time. The band next to me, when I think about them and I hear them play every single time, There's a vibrancy and energy and a youthful energy that comes from them that is undeniable. Representing, of course, Northern Region, and they are located on Tragrid Road. If you're happy about World Steel Pan Day, we thank God for World Steel Pan Day, and in God we trust, and in man we boss. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Neutron Silver Star.
Hello, I'm Safi. Hello. Hello, I'm Safi Daim, Arabic musician from Israel and the music director for Peace Drums project here in Israel. Thank you to the United Nations for making August 11th World Steel Pan Day. Well, I started playing since 2014 when Professor Harvey Price brought it to our attention at Mar Elias Institution in Evelyn. The main goal for the project is connecting Arabs and Jews from different religions through steel pan. Especially today on August 11, we can feel and understand the instrument that built bridges between Arabs and Jewish students. To end it off, congratulations to the steel band movement in Trinidad and Tobago and around the world.
Hi, I am Dr. Mia Gormandi Benjamin, hailing from Trinidad and Tobago. I am closely tied to 3 organizations: the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad All-Star Steel Orchestra, and Planetation Limited. Thank you to the United Nations for making August 11th World Steel Pan Day. World Steel Pan Day is of special significance here in Trinidad and Tobago, as it legitimizes our instruments and our culture on an international scale. It is also a way to help spread the love that we have for the steel pan and our culture. In addition, it is a way to pay tribute to our forefathers and foremothers who worked really hard to get us this far. Congratulations to the steel band movement in Trinidad and Tobago and around the world.
And Trinidad and Tobago. Again, we would like to thank the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts for partnering with us. Also, East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, NGC National Gas Company Limited, Republic Bank, and LCB. We also would like to encourage you to visit the various booths at the western end of the People's Parliament, okay? There's Mitco, there's Visit Trinidad, UTT is there. There is Sarah's Pancakes and a whole heap of others. So before you leave, make sure to check them out. Also, if you need something to drink and something to eat, there are vendors on sale, so feel free to partake, all right? And if you're consuming alcohol, don't overdo it, okay? Don't drive. We want you home safely. Designated driver. Nicely. I've got to let you know, of course, today being World Steel Pan Day, it's also Pan Month. And there are a few activities that I would like to make mention before I introduce the next steel orchestra. By the way, if you're wondering where I'm located, I am just next to Prince Street area on Frederick Street. So we're getting ready for the next band. So for those of you that were over on the western side, come on down because we're over here. The action is over here. So a few things that is happening. Of course, we're getting ready for Pan and Powder Steel Band Parade. It's happening on the 23rd of August. We commence at 4:30 p.m. and we start off right here at City Hall, Port of Spain, Pembroke Street, and we're heading to the Queen's Park, Savannah. So wear your white, come with your powder. We're going to have a fantastic time, okay? There's also Pan on the Avenue. That is happening on the 26th of August, 6 p.m. Make sure to be a part of that. Pan Factory Open House, the 29th. So take note of that. Also, on Wednesday, August 30th, DP Renegades Independence Fed from 9 p.m. 4 a.m. Right? 138 Renegades Way, Port of Spain. And for more information, of course, you can log on to Trinbago's Facebook for the itinerary. Nice. So we're ready again. We get through the formalities. If you're feeling good, somebody make some noise! I understand there's about almost between 5,000 to 6,000 people in Woodford Square. I can make some more noise than that. Make some noise if you love the steel pot. Yes. So we are here at this time. Of course, we're getting ready for another super band. And it's my privilege to introduce this band because, of course, when you're talking about steel orchestras, and when you go up a certain hill, a winding road, it's somehow like the melodies sound sweeter and sweeter. Of course, they're the reigning Pan in the 21st Century champions, and of course, they represent every single time. Ladies and gentlemen, if we give thanks for our national instrument, put your right hand in the air And let's welcome First Citizens Super Novas.